Okay, hi everyone. This is Xenoblade Chronicles free. It's a JRPG. And it's a little bit on the longer side, but I think it's a fantastic run. I always love running this for marathons. So, let's just get right into the run. There's a lot to talk about once we start. So, I'll give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So this is Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Pretty good game. Only been nominated for like Game of the Year like maybe once. And yeah, the story is fantastic. Story's fantastic, and I think the speedrun as well is really cool. Hopefully I'll be able to explain most of the strats once we get into them. But if you don't know anything about Xenoblade, so here's a quick look at the combat system. So just by standing there, your characters will do auto attacks. And this is just the tutorial. Like every game has like a combat tutorial at the start. So we're kind of just being introduced to the battle system. They're gonna introduce the system to us like bit by bit. So here we're learning about auto attacks, nothing really very interesting. I'm gonna dash away just before the last one goes down, just to optimize a little bit of movement. And yeah, this is the DLC categories, so I'm gonna be cheating and I'm going to accept the DLC. And this is gonna give me a bunch of extra stuff, which is gonna be pretty helpful for the run. We'll explain those when we get there. I'm actually going to equip one of them now. Something now. The silver belt is going to increase our attack by 25%. Which is very nice. It's going to give us a bit of extra damage. Yeah, so this category is new game. Oh, it's just called any percent normal DLC, which means any percent complete the game as quickly as possible. Normal, obviously the difficulty, and in DLC we can use DLC. There's not actually a lot of differences between DLC and no DLC route. To the extent like you see in Xenoblade 2, which is a completely different route because of the DLC. In this game it's mostly just conveniences. So it's not a drastically different route, but there are still benefits to using the DLC. Yeah, so unfortunately this phase is locked behind using 5 arts. So gotta use 5 arts. The last soldier won't go down unless you use your 5th art. Fortunately that's not too big of an issue. So yeah, but all runs by default are New Game Plus. I mean New Game. If it's New Game Plus run, it'll categorically New Game Plus, which means you can start from a file which has already completed the game, and New Game Plus runs tend to be, the fights tend to go a lot quicker, and it's more about optimizing your movement and squeezing out every single second from every fight. New game run is slightly different. You still want to go fast, but there's a lot more that you have to pay attention to when it comes to routing. Consistency is a big thing, especially for a long run. You really want to make sure that your run's consistent so you can finish. Fortunately for us, the run is pretty much well, it's consistent enough. I wouldn't say it's super consistent, but it's consistent enough. We figured out pretty good strats for most of the fights while still being fast. Right, so we've learned, so we've seen arts. These are just like the skills that I'm using right now. And now we get talents. Every time you use certain arts, you can actually build your talent. And talents are just stronger. So my talent here is Overclock Buster. That's gonna be doing extra damage to dazed enemies. So once I break, I can actually... Lance can actually topple and then Uni will daze most of the times. I say most of the times because sometimes she has brain farts and she just doesn't want to daze. And then you're sad. But she did her job here. Hopefully we see one more daze. Nice power ring here. I just realized I am playing in Japanese voices. I usually play in English voices, but I forgot to change it back. So we'll be doing this run in Japanese voices. Yeah, sure. Got a lot of time here. Yes, I can hear you. Wait, I said that I don't have Discord in my OBS feed, as in so the feed doesn't have my voice right now. Oh. Do you want me to stop the run? Okay, I'll just... After this fight, I will pause the run for a while. Okay. Can you try talking and see if your voice is going through?
Okay, let me hear this time. I don't know if it's... Okay, now it actually comes through. Okay, you can go on playing for now. Hello? Yeah, if you guys can hear me, hello. My name is Juhorse. I don't know if you guys heard like the intro and stuff like that, but if you guys didn't hear about the intro, like, oops. I made quad stall for like 2 minutes. But hello to the people who are coming in from GDQ. Hello the raiders, by the way. My name is Juhorse. I am a co-founder and the lead organizer for LSA, or Lion Speedrunners Assembly. So if you guys do not know what Lion Speedrunners Assembly is, we are a Singaporean homegrown speedrunning community. We have a bunch of speedrunners who are catered to what we are doing for speedrunning games. We have a lot of games like Celeste, Resident Evil 4, Silent Scope later on in the marathon. But I do want to mention as well that we are doing this for GamesForLove. We are benefiting for GamesForLove as part of the Winter for Love event. I do want to read like one donation real quick. We have a... Let me check this real quick. We have a $52 donation from Jonathan Irvings saying, donating $52 for collecting 52 Pepsi cans during my Pepsi run. Good luck to all the other runners. He was running Pepsi Man during marathon, which, yeah, you guys missed it out. But yes, we are a Singaporean homegrown speedrunning event, speedrunning community. We are doing this charity for the first time, so thanks to GamesForLove for letting us do the charity event for yeah. Back to Quad with his Xenoblade run. I didn't realize that you had me muted for like the whole time. I'm sorry. I didn't really check the audio that much, but yeah, go on with the run.
Okay, sorry for that little tech hiccup there. We're back to the run. You really didn't miss much. There's just nothing really going on here because it's just all tutorials. Yeah, this is the last tutorial for now. Funny thing is this bonnet doesn't go down until until Uni Dazes, so you just have to wait. So yeah, we're making our way to Colony 9 now. That's where Noah and gang are from. Yeah, so as you can see, this game takes place in sort of like a very war-stricken world. Basically, there's a lot of fighting going on between the colonies. Noah is from Kevis, and they're fighting against Agnes. Which were the people we were fighting during the tutorials, but yeah, now there's a little bit of chilling as we just make our way through a little bit more tutorials. We're gonna be we've been introduced to accessories. That container there after the skeeters, that was the accessory tutorial, and the game doesn't really trust us to learn what accessories are in like one tutorial, so they're gonna give us one more tutorial on accessories here. Basically here we can buy accessories. You can buy accessories from shops. Some of them are actually pretty useful. And afterwards the game is gonna tell us to equip it one more time. Yeah, so you can see I have like quite a bit of stuff in my inventory already. That's because I claimed the DLC. That gives quite a bit of extra items, some of which are not very useful, but we get to sell them for quite a bit of money. The nicest thing to have right now is probably the silver belt. That increases our damage by 25%. So silver belts are really strong because they increase your attack stat by 25%, and attack stat is what all of your damage is based on. So increasing your attack by 25% essentially means increasing your damage by 25%. That's gonna be very relevant like later in the run when we start to get a lot more different kinds of accessories and skills and whatnot that increase your damage. We're gonna want to put the strongest accessories on our DPSs, obviously. Alright, so I need to take out these fishes for a quest. I'm also looking for a Piranha's egg there, which I got, so that's really nice. That saves maybe about 10 seconds of crafting gems later. What it's gonna do is it's gonna allow me to craft all my gems later in one menu. If I didn't get the egg here, I would need to split up my gem crafting into like 2 menus. There's also quite a bit of collectibles here which you can pick up from the ground, like these little things here. If you don't have the DLC, you would probably have to pick some of these up to exchange for accessories. But because we have the DLC, it gives us a lot of knockback coins which we can use to redeem for the accessories instead of having to pick these items up, which adds a little bit of consistency in these opening chapters. Alright, so here's this is what I was talking about, Collectopedia. So you can turn in collectibles using the Collectopedia and you get items in exchange. So this was just a tutorial one, it doesn't give you anything useful. But I actually talked to some NPCs in Colony 9 because that unlocks their Collectopedia, so I can exchange for pretty good items later. One thing you saw what I did there was dev warp. So I didn't get the landmark at the entrance of Colony 9 or at the back of Colony 9. By doing that, my last spawn point is actually set to this place here. So when I dev warp, engage with an enemy and then give up, I can actually teleport all the way back here. And that's relevant because there are some parts of the game where the game just locks you out of teleporting. So I couldn't warp there, but I can bypass that by doing dev warps. Alright, so we're out of Colony 9. We're gonna head into our next fight very shortly, but we're gonna make a pretty quick detour for experience. And we're gonna do a little bit of menuing on the way there. I'm going to, like I said, these are the Collectopedias. I can just turn in knockback coins to get the accessories here. So I got a black mask and apprentice vambraces. The black mask increases damage done to terrestrial enemies by 60%, which is really nice because a lot of our enemies coming up are going to be terrestrial creatures. Apprentice vambraces increases damage to higher level enemies by 25%, which is nice as well because it gives us a little bit of extra damage on a lot of the enemies in this run, which are going to be higher level, because in the JRPG you typically tend to be under leveled because you're rushing through the game. So I'm going to put those on right here. Black Moss, Apprentice Vambraces on Uni. Iron Temple Guard, which we got as part of the DLC, increases HP by 25%, which is really nice for survivability. So this is the detour I'm making. I'm going to a place called Savine Cavity. As you can see, the monsters here are much higher level than us. So the game doesn't intend for us to be here, but we can actually just go to the entrance here and get the bonus XP from the location. So by getting locations and landmarks, you can actually get bonus experience, which you can turn in later at camps to level up your characters. They don't go into your experience immediately, but you can turn those in later. Unfortunately, the first camp tutorial is actually right after this next boss or enemy. It's technically not a boss, but it's very much a boss. Yeah, so we don't get the extra levels for this upcoming fight, which is kind of a shame. This upcoming fight, oh well, the one after this upcoming fight, is probably one of the hardest fights in the game, or in the run, because you're super under level and you don't have any resources. I'll talk about it when we get there. Right now we got a bunch of little wolves. This is a kind of a tutorial, introduces you to tactics which is you can make your party not attack, or you can have your party focus on certain enemies. Those are very useful. We're gonna make use of those throughout the run. Uni didn't daze there, but usually she doesn't here. But that's fine. I just need her to daze the upcoming one. You can see I'm focusing attacks and then immediately unfocusing. This is just to make everyone target the same enemy. Okay, hopefully she... No, she's not going to... Oh, there we go. Nice. Alright, like I said, this upcoming fight is pretty difficult. It's a very simple fight, but... It's a very simple fight, but a lot can go wrong very quickly. Just because you're so under-equipped. I did a very quick skills menu there. I put Ether Cannon on Uni. That's a chance to drop accuracy, which can help out in this next fight. It's not like we need Power Ring anyway, because normally we don't have time to get into the Power Rings. I put Variable Terra and Lance to increase his survivability, because it grants block during the entire duration of the art, which is actually pretty long. Alright, so I'm gonna open with Sword Strike here. I can't get the Overclock Buster for this daze, but it's fine because what I want is just to stun the Ropo so it doesn't attack us. And there's this, yeah, there's just a variable turret. Didn't really do anything there, but it's fine. Yeah, that attack there is what makes this fight really hard. Komodo Fire just does a lot of damage and also inflicts Blaze. Okay, so yeah, Cursed Cuisine. You don't want to use your Short Strike into a Cursed Cuisine because it's immune to all reactions while it's using it. Unfortunately, Uni did not daze there, which is not what I wanted to see. Hopefully we'll be able to get out one more break. Lance is looking a little sketch right now, his HP. Right. Might use one more Cursed Cuisine, don't want to say. Oh, that's really bad. Okay. This might be a wipe. We'll see. Let's see if Uni can hang on long enough. Okay, unfortunately I can't get my Sword Strike here. Yeah, okay. Is this a wipe here? Yeah, this is what can happen in this fight. Unfortunate. Uni not dazing there was probably what cost me the fight here. So we're gonna try again. He blocked the Komodo Fire there, which is nice to see. Okay, so I want to see it use Cursed Cuisine. It's not going to use Cursed Cuisine. Okay. Okay, nice. But he's very low on HP. So Lance might go down like very soon. Unless he can get really lucky. He still hasn't used Cursed Cuisine. There we go. Unfortunate. He didn't survive long. Oh, okay. Well, this is another wipe. Getting very unlucky here. Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing much you can do about this fight. Yeah, RNG is just very unforgiving here, but this is probably the worst fight in the run. And fortunately, it's at the start, so... not as painful if you have to reset here. Definitely in a marathon, it's very painful though if you lose a few times. And, that's again not looking good. This fight, he's very low on HP. I really need him to stay healthy here. Still not using Curse Cuisine. Okay. That exactly. Okay, well, I'm dead here again. That killed him exactly, and he was going for his topple. I think this might be a PB for me, how many times I've died here in a row. Alright, this looks a little bit better. Hopefully we see the Curse Cuisine. Yep, there we go. Alright, nice. Alright, so this looks a lot better. See, this is how the fight's supposed to go. Hopefully. We should see variable turret here, which should protect him for a bit. Yep. Might see Curse Cuisine, so I'm gonna hold my... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I was gonna hold my Sword Strike there. Of course we miss, but I think it should be fine. We should have enough damage here to finish. Or he should last long enough. Is what I mean. Okay, yeah. That's the fight. Oh, first try. Okay, so one thing I should mention about that fight is that the Ropo is not considered a boss or a unique enemy, which is actually terrible because Noah has a skill called Inspirit, which increases damage done to bosses and unique enemies by quite a bit, actually. So the fact that the Ropo is just classified as a normal enemy is absolutely terrible. A lot of things could have been changed for the Ropo to be a much better fight. Fortunately, the camp which allows us to level is after the Ropo, and it's not a boss or unique enemy, so you don't get extra damage on it. And yeah, just it's like the game knows. So here's where the extra XP from the Savine Cavity is really helpful. It's gonna let us go up to level 9. Normally it would be level 7 here. And that's gonna give us a lot of extra damage and survivability for this next section, and making it essentially pretty much free, I would say. If you get very unlucky, you can still lose, but it should be very unlikely for that to happen. So I'm gonna do a little bit of menuing here, very quick menu just to set my arts back. Let's crash here. Yep. So yeah, like the Ropo is such a bad fight that I change arts just for that one fight, just to increase my odds of getting past that fight. That's how bad of a fight it is. But yeah, like, sorry. Fortunately for us, like I said, pretty much the rest of the fights in this run are going to be more or less consistent. Or at least you can do it consistently. I'm gonna spread out my damage because I don't want to I don't want to waste damage by getting a big overclock buster on a very weak enemy. You see the days from uni, that's nice. Should be able to clean up the fight now. Alright, so here's a skirmish. For the purposes of the speedrun, these are just inconvenient roadblocks. If you run into a skirmish, you actually get like this text box that says if you want to join. You can beat up one of the sides to get rewards, but they're not really worth it in a speedrun. Fortunately for us, we can actually bypass the text box if we don't see the little red bubble at the top of the skirmish. Which is why you saw me like just zoom in there. Okay, so last fight before the next boss. This is just a bunch of robots. Okay, the dates there is really nice. Of course, uppercut slash when it goes down. Alright, nice power ring there. Get a little bit of extra damage from my air slash. Should be able to finish out with this sword strike here. Okay, oh, well. Tried to optimize my movement there a bit. Unfortunately, my team wasn't really feeling like they wanted to fight. But here's the next boss. In fact, there's 3 of them. So there's a healer, a tank, and an attacker, just like us. And they're like people like us as well. Yeah, so these people are from Agnes. That's why we're fighting them, because they're like our enemies. So of course we're gonna focus on the healer first, because that's what all smart people do. Take out the healer first. Nice days from uni. Yeah, if I can get pretty sketchy if you she doesn't daze. Well, not really. It just takes like, it just becomes like kind of slow. Hopefully we see a daze here. Nice. There we go. Yeah, so we just got a tank. We'll have. She can't do anything. she doesn't really do much damage. So, but she does have a lot of evasion. So, depending on if you get unlucky or not, she can troll you by dodging your attacks. So hopefully we get a daze here to finish off this fight. Okay, Lance, please topple. Oh, no, he missed. Of course. Ah. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so these two fights get a lot better at level 9 compared to level 7. In fact, you can like lose to this fight here if you're at level 7. If you don't get lucky, basically. But being level 9 just makes these fights like super free. Anyway, this is Mr. Wild, right? We're gonna see him quite a few times throughout this run. He's like really weak here for some reason. Oh, nice blow down, Senna. I also have to mention that during the cutscene in between, the trio fight and this fight, our best friend Mwamba dies. So rip Mwamba. Yeah, we won't be seeing Mwamba anymore. Unfortunately for us, Mwamba is super broken. If we had Mwamba for the entire run, this one would be too easy. So that's why the devs had to not give us Mwamba. Alright, there we go. Easy fight. Okay, and if you thought that fight was easy, this fight you literally cannot lose. So this is Ouroboros. So now you look like them. And you're big and strong. And also you don't take damage here. As you do take damage, but you can't die. So something that will speed up this fight is if Uni uses power rings, which is what she did here. Very nice, good girl. Yeah, so Ouroboros, this is a pretty central part of the story. It's essentially you can combine with people to create like, to become like stronger. And then you get a bunch of extra abilities, which are really strong, but not at this point. So we're gonna use Ouroboros a lot later, spoiler alert. But currently it's not very strong to be worth using. And they don't give us access to Ouroboros until like later anyway. But this is kind of just like a teaser. But yeah, so as you can see with Ouroboros, their arts are not timer or cooldown based. You can use the arts once, and then you can't use them until you use another art. Or switch. Oh, switch. That was a little bit of a spoiler. We'll keep that at the back of our minds for now. But now the game wants us to learn about other classes because we've been playing with Noah the entire time. So yeah, now we get to play with Uni and we're just gonna jump off this cliff. And that warps us to the opposite side of the valley, saving a little bit of movement. Yeah, so this is unfortunately another one of those sections where the game doesn't allow you to fast travel for some strange reason, so you can get past that by doing a death warp. It's actually faster to engage with an enemy and death warp, but it's funnier to have Uni run off a cliff. So I always do that in marathons. Yeah, so the game wants us to learn about other classes now. So Sword Fighter, which was Noah's class, is pretty good attacker class. We're actually going to use it very extensively throughout the entire run because it's a default class and it also just happens to be pretty good. And then Uni's class is Medic Gunner, which is also a very strong healer class. Power Ring is the main reason why it's really good, because it's able to increase the damage of your party. And also gives a lot of healing with its talent art, Healing Ring, which is a continuous regen field. So we're gonna see those. We're gonna see those later. Medic Gunner also is the only source of days in the speedrun, which is also pretty important for some fights, especially when you are relying on Overclock Buster for damage. Unfortunately, can't swap characters here, so you just have to run. You just have to use Uni. So I'm just gonna place down power rings for my party here. I'm gonna count Noah's arts. Once he uses free positionals, he can actually use Overclock Buster. So once he uses his third positional here, which should be soon. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna swap over to the next one, so he uses Overclock Buster on that one. Oh, of course he misses. Good job, Noah. Yeah, so I should mention that Noah has a skill which increases his dexterity, which is the accuracy stat in this game, but somehow he just misses a lot. If you're into Xenoblade lore, you can actually say it runs in the family. If you know anything about the Xenoblade 2 speedrun, we have this thing called Rexterity, where the main character Rex always misses. So yeah, so instead of Rexterity, we have no accuracy, or no accuracy in this speedrun. Okay, so logically after learning about healers, we will learn about tanks. So we would think that the game wants us to learn about heavy guard, which is Lance's class, but no, the game says, hey, here's a better tank class. It's called the Zephyr. Yeah, so we swap over to the Agnes site, so surprise, surprise, they're not actually our enemies. They're actually our friends. And so we're just going to... Yeah, I need to... same thing with Senna. I'm gonna count her... Yeah, I'm gonna count her positionals, and once she hits free, she can actually use pressure drop. And then I dash away to optimize a little bit of my movement. So yeah, this is the Agnes site. We got Mio, Senna, and Tyon. And they're an interesting bunch of characters as well. They're gonna join our party very, very soon. And we're gonna be traveling with a party of 6. And that's really what sets, I think, Xenoblade 3 apart from the other Xenoblade games so far, is your party. In the first game, Xenoblade 1, you had a party of 3. In Xenoblade 2, you had a party of 3 as well. Xenoblade X, I don't know. Is that even a Xenoblade game? But this game you have a party of 6. And you can control every single one of those characters, which adds a lot of complexity to the combat in this speedrun. Which is the main reason why I think this speedrun's really, really fantastic. It's because it really challenges you to optimize your combat by mastering the multitasking of your entire team, essentially.
し不満のようだけど、あの時の彼の思いは私と似ていた。みんなが生きる道を探そう。それが私のやるべきこと。
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're a fan of Xenoblade X, I mean, fortunately, if you're a fan of Xenoblade X, we also have X in this game called Mobius X, which is the better X. Right, so that's the first chapter. It's about 40 minutes, probably a bit over 40 minutes because I died to the rope like 3 times. But yeah, pretty lengthy chapter 1 for a JRPG, isn't it? It's actually the second shortest chapter in the speedrun. Yeah, the speedrun is 6.5 hours. That's pretty much, I would say, the only downside. Real downside of this run is that it's 6 hours for a normal run. But if you have the time to run this game, I do actually recommend it. I think it's fantastic speedrun. So I'm controlling Taion here because he's range character and he doesn't do much damage by himself. So normally when you run in here, the Vangs will aggro you and you have to take them out before you can move the boulder. So by controlling a range character that also doesn't do a lot of damage, I can let the rest of my party, which does more damage, take out the Vang quicker. I'm gonna do another little bit of menu just for accessories. Yeah, we're gonna fight quite a bit of terrestrial enemies coming up, so having the Black Mask on Noah helps a lot because he's our main DPS for now. But yeah, there's quite a bit of things to explain. I took a camp just now. That's actually pretty important. The Agnesite actually joins your party at whatever level the Kevas site is at, but at 0 XP. So if we didn't take the camp there, they would join at level 10, but then the Kevas site would be almost level 11, and so there would be like a lot of difference in their XP, which is not very good because we want the entire party to be at the same level, or rather we just don't want the other side to lose all that XP. So that's why we take the camp there. But yeah, now we're making our way over to the Veronis Hulk and this is our good friend Jingoistic Gigantus, aka Territorial Roadbart. Fortunately for us in this game, he doesn't like to snipe you from behind when you're going about your business. But yeah, Territorial Roadbart, pretty staple enemy of Xenoblade games in the Grasslands region. But yeah, here's the Veronis Hulk. There are 5 Crustaps around it, so we have to take all of them out before we can continue with the story. I don't want to challenge too many of them at once, so I want to spread out my damage as well. Yeah, don't want to take on too many at once, otherwise you start running into a lot of issues surviving. Nice days there from Uni. Yeah, and I'm going to swap over to Senna just to make sure she uses her arts as well. Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty bad actually. I'm not sure if I have my arts here. Okay, no, should be fine. Oops. You need a daze there. I tried to daze it, but I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, so here's what I mean by like multitasking, right? You want to so you can do stuff like that, make sure the rest of your party is doing what they are supposed to do. Alright, there we go. That one's the tankiest one here. Is an elite enemies, which means it has like increased stats. I also want to look out for collectibles here, which I got all that I need here. I need a rainbow crusted shell and a crusted jet spray. I have to say I'm very not used to the Japanese voice acting. Again, I would have swapped it to English if I remember, but forgot to do that before the run. That's a little bit refreshing, I guess. I've only ever ran this game in English. Speaking of languages, actually, the fastest language for text is actually Chinese. But I'm playing in English for your viewing pleasure. But normally I would run this in Chinese. It doesn't actually save that much time. It saves like maybe like 6 seconds, but it's still time save. And the reason why we'll probably get to later. Yeah, here's an ether channel. Ether channel. You can collect ether here to repair Ferronis hulks, which we are not gonna do in this run except for this one time. So that's for that. That's all for that mechanic. Oh no! I failed the parkour. That never happens. Excuse me. Yeah, a little parkour there. Saves like maybe like 10 seconds versus running around. Also, something to note, very minor optimization, but I'm climbing the ladders with Lance because he's the tallest character. And even though all the characters have the same climbing speeds, they start from different positions on the ladder depending on their height. So it's actually fastest to climb with Lance. It's slowest to climb with Senna. Yeah, awesome. This is the Ferronis Hulk. One reward that you get from finishing the Ferronis Hulks, which there are a few of in this game throughout like the entire the map, is get access to these containers here, which contain like pretty good items. Some of the Ferronis Hulk in this game have really cracked items, but unfortunately they're just kind of too slow to make it worth. These ones we do get access to though. They give us 6 gold coins, which are going to be really nice for crafting gems later. We haven't gotten to what gems are yet, but the tutorial for that's coming up soon. And yeah, just a bunch of pretty useful accessories as well. 2 of which we're going to be using in the speedrun, the rest of which we're going to be selling for money. Because of the DLC, we actually have quite a bit of money in this run, which allows us to purchase more stuff as well, which makes the speedrun a little nicer compared to if you're on a poverty route, like in the no DLC category. Alright, so this is now it's time for everyone's favorite part of the speedrun, everyone's favorite part of the game. It's the job system tutorial. This is a very egregious tutorial, but it introduces probably one of the best mechanics in this game, which is a job system. You'll see why this tutorial is really annoying. You have to do it, handholds you for the entire tutorial, and yeah, there's just nothing you can do. So now we're learning about jobs. We can swap jobs. Currently we don't have most of the jobs unlocked. They give us a few at the start. But to unlock the jobs, we have to fight enemies with characters of that same job in the party. And that gives us something called unlock points, or class unlock points, which we can use to unlock jobs. And it scales with the number of characters you have. So if you have multiple ogres in your party, for example, you're gonna get ogre on your characters quicker. Okay, so then we get master arts. Essentially, we can use arts from the classes that we have learned so far. And yeah, those are going to be very important for the speedrun. Let's call master arts, and these are master skills, which are essentially the skills which you can also inherit from those classes. So master arts you gain at level rank 1 and 10. Skills you gain at rank 5. So for now, we are locked into these classes. So we can't change them for a while. Well, only for until the next fight, actually. It's probably be a good time to explain the rest of the classes. So we talked about Sword Fighter and Medic Gunner. We have the Heavy Guard, which is a tank class, so its job is just to eat hits. Unfortunately, it's not the best class, but it is kind of like a necessary evil because it is the only source of topple in this run. The other sources of topple are very slow to get, so we don't get those. So we have to use the Heavy Guard for topple. We have the Tactician, which is not a very good class, but it has some niche uses. We have the Zephyr, which is a very good... it's a good tank class. We're gonna use that quite extensively as well. And then we have the Ogre, which is really good casually for setting up big combos, but in the speedrun it's not as good. Because we are not reliant on combos as much, or rather, we have ways around not getting combos, or we have ways to consistently get combos in this run. And Ogre is just very inaccurate. The class doesn't have a lot of accuracy, so it tends to miss a lot. Alright, there we go. Yeah, but Ogre is pretty important for specifically one skill for the speedrun, which is its skill fighting prowess. So you get that at rank 5. So you have to train Ogre on certain characters that you want that extra damage on. So fighting prowess gives you 35% extra damage on physical characters, or physical damage at rank 5, which is essentially the rank which we're gonna get it at. Yeah, and that's going to be really useful for a lot of our physical characters, because most of our damage from this run is going to come from physical sources. So having that extra bit of damage is going to be really nice. Alright, so now we get to change our jobs back, so we're immediately going to optimize our party to use the better classes. Alright, so this party is going to be Sword Fighter, 2 Medic Gunners, because those are way better than Tacticians. Zephyr for our tank, because Zephyr is much better than Heavy Guard. We don't really need the topple here. And then we have 2 Ogres, mostly just because that's the only DPS classes that they have. And also because we want to unlock Ogre on other characters ASAP. One good use for knockback coins in the speedrun as well is you can use it to rank up classes, so you don't have to use them to level them up. You can actually just use coins instead. So we're gonna use those later, because it's gonna be we're gonna have to put different classes on different people, and you just don't have the time to train over, especially because it's not a very good class for a speedrun. But we need to unlock it first, which is why we're running ogres. Somebody did death warp there. That actually saves time because it warps you forward. I'm gonna do it one more time here actually. This is gonna save actually quite a significant amount of walking. Oops. It's gonna warp us like very far ahead here. Yeah, anyway, this is the Forest region. It's the desert region of this game. And it's a very large region, but a lot of it we don't explore because we're in a speedrun, of course. But there's like a different half, like this is like only one half of Forest. There's another half of the desert, sorry. Aegis Wilderness is what the desert is called. There's another half of the desert called Danak Desert, which has like a lot more stuff. But for the speedrun, we only go through Aegis Wilderness. Which is this wasteland looking area. Danak Desert actually has like a lot of sand, so it's actually like a desert. Yeah, so that there was the water cutscene. So if you playing in English, we get to hear Mio say water in a British accent, which is very cool. But because we are playing in Japanese, we don't get to hear that. So now we learn about cooking. Cooking is essentially you can use the collectibles which you collect like in order to cook items, and these foods will increase the rewards which you get from battle, like extra XP or extra CP for leveling up your classes. For the longest time, this was actually bugged and it just didn't work. Fortunately, they patched it, so we can actually use food in the speedrun now. I'm gonna level up before this next fight. It's gonna make it a little bit more consistent. It's actually faster to level up after the fight, but by leveling here, I get a little bit of more damage for the next fight to make it more consistent. Yeah, so cooking we're gonna do it like once and only once, apart from this time. Yeah, later in the run. That's to get extra XP. Currently we only have Manana's battle suit, which is not very good. Later on we'll get better foods to cook to get a lot more XP. Right, nice. So this phase you just have to rush it down to 80%. Yeah, then you proc the next phase, which is where you learn about chain attacks. So if you're familiar with Xenoblade speedrunning, there's this thing called chain attacks, which is essentially your entire party gangs up on an enemy. Which is very strong because your enemy can't do anything. And you get a very large damage multiplier in chain attacks. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so in chain attacks you get orders. Each of your characters have orders, and then you have to fill up the TP to 100 to finish the order, and then the character will use like a special attack. Oh, I should have used Neo there. That's fine. The chain attacks can be pretty strategic when it comes to like the planning. Alright, so I want to use a non-DPS here, so I can guarantee a DPS for the last round. Fun fact, Mio's order doesn't work. It does like nothing. It's supposed to reduce healer and attacker aggro, but it actually doesn't do anything. Yeah, one good thing about chain attacks is the music is really nice, so you can jam while you do the chain attack. Yeah, and you can't kill this thing, so your damage is capped. I'm not sure if it will hit cap here. That's good enough. So yeah, I held my Overclock Buster and my Talon and my Fusion for... Yep, there we go. For after the chain, because we still need to rush down like maybe 10% more HP there. Yeah, so if you don't get a very good chain, you can, especially if you're level 11, you sometimes would not kill, or sometimes you would lose a lot of time after the chain. But at level 13, you should be pretty much getting consistent fights, or consistent times with that fight. So extra 2 levels gives you a little bit more damage. Levels tend to be a lot stronger in the early game because it gives you raw stat increases, which are going to account for a larger portion of your attack stat. Later on, they start to taper off in significance, which is when we start to rely more on other stuff like accessories. But here we finally learn about gems. These are craftables, which you can equip on characters for basically extra stats and effects. So we get Ironclad here, which is HP plus 100. Spoiler alerts, it's not very useful. So we're gonna craft better gems like upcoming. But yeah, that's where I wanted the collectibles I collected so far in order to craft the gems here. And I can also use gold coins to craft gems, which I'm missing the materials for. Steel Cleaver for attack, Accurate Grace for accuracy, crit damage, healing speed and healing HP, Refined Blessing for buff duration, part combo for damage on cancels, and Brimming Spirit for aggro generated from arts. So these are all the gems which I need for the speedrun. The Steel Cleaver is really nice for this section of the run because attack stat is going to matter a lot. It's going to give you a very large increase in your attack stat for this point of the run. So it's directly going to correlate to how fast some of these fights are going to go. Yeah, because Steel Cleaver is so good, I'm actually going to put it on every single party member right now. Oops. Not on strap there. Probably the most important gems in this run are Steel Cleaver for damage in especially this section of the run, and also just a little bit of extra damage for later parts of the run as well. A little bit significant. Powered combo is extremely strong because it gives you extra damage when you cancel. It's when that little white circle appears after you use an art at a specific timing. And probably also Disperse Bloodlust, which is decreases aggro generated from arts, and that's gonna help a lot with consistency for a lot of the fights. Some of the fights actually just become like downright like unplayable if you don't have Disperse Bloodlust, just because your characters take so much aggro. Every time you do damage, you get more aggro, and because your attackers are really strong, they tend to take a lot of aggro. Your tanks aren't able to keep up, and so by having Disperse Bloodlust, it helps a lot with that problem. Obviously, you don't want your attackers to be taking damage. Aggro is what makes enemies target you. Yeah, but yeah, like even like the accuracy gem is also really important for consistency at some parts of the run. Alright, so I'm gonna do a little skip here. This is actually a new skip that was found recently. Let's hope I do it correctly. So I'm just gonna, set. Just gonna let my party fight that while I go here. Alright, there we go. And then by dashing away and then swapping back when they de-aggro, I can actually skip those enemies. Right, there we go. Do a little shop here. Have to sell some stuff. No, that's the wrong map one. Sometimes your characters don't talk to the correct one. Okay, heavy wheat garland, weight frame, bouncer, light wheat guard. Yeah, okay. And garnet for Senna. Oh yeah, I have to level up here. So even though it's only one level, it's gonna be pretty helpful. Extra damage and also extra survivability for the upcoming fights. We're gonna enter a gauntlet, which is essentially what we used to refer to multiple fights in a row where you don't have like downtime in between. Basically, no running around, just fight after fight after fight. So we're gonna have a gauntlet of 3 here. And yeah, that little bit of extra damage is just gonna rack up like across all the fights and save time. Also, just being more consistent. The lower level you are, you actually take more damage from enemies. It's not just HP; you also just take more damage. It's not defense either. Yeah, there's a different multiplier which increases damage taken if you're severely underleveled. Which most of the times we're gonna be severely underleveled in this run. Yeah, so this strat I like to call Ring Fit Adventure. You can see why it's called Ring Fit Adventure. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get healing rings as quickly as possible. I'm gonna focus my target on Ethel. Lance goes down. Good job, Lance. Oh, there we go. There's a healing ring. That's essentially what we want to rush to. It's very strong. It's very strong regen. So by standing in it, you just get HP. Just get lots of HP. And I want to continue supplying. I want to continue supplying power rings here to my party. So we do late chains here. Essentially, we are chaining at the end, right when the enemy is about to go down, and that's because our XP, our DPS is much higher outside of the chain than in the chain at this point of the run. So by using Ring Fit Adventure, and we can increase our damage outside of the chain with power rings, and rush down and get the XP we need from the overkill right at the end. So after defeating an enemy in the chain, you can actually continue to farm overkill by damaging them, and that's going to multiply your XP and all your class points as well. Yeah, by the way, in this fight we unlock Ouroboros, but because it's so useless right now, we just immediately cancel, and that's actually better. Yeah, I want to avoid that that target lock there, because it's gonna mess up my targeting. You're gonna stand inside this Venn diagrams as much as you can. Again, I want to try to avoid that blocker there. Away. Of course. Unfortunately, I couldn't shake on that aggro. I tried to run away from it though. So probably have to take it out. Okay, there we go. Very close. Okay. Should be fine. For marathons, I tend to play a little bit safe and chain at a higher HP. I think this is fine. Might not be actually. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I want to get like 300, a little bit over 300 to hit level 16 for this next fight. Alright, so now this is Moby's K. He becomes angry and transforms into this big thing. I'll do the same, except now we're gonna weaken him and then chain at the end. because he has a move called Power Recovery at 20% HP, which he heals, and it's just gonna be slow. So that's why we have to do a full chain here. But before that, it's basically the same thing. I want to set power rings as much as I can. And yeah, make sure my party's healed up here. There we go. There's my healing ring. So now I can probably focus on my DPSs. Also, the Mobius battle theme is so good. I love it. It's one of the best parts about combat in this game is that the music is really good. Make sure Mio is standing in the healing rings. Actually, I'm gonna start setting up for my chain here. I want to try to chain from the back here and yeah, chain about 20-25% HP there. Chain from the back because he has front block rate and I don't want my attacks getting blocked in the chain. And I want to make sure everyone's grouped as well. That's why I place everyone behind him at the same spot. That way they can all benefit from powering. Yeah, Tion's order is really good. It's basically what you want to see. His order is by far the strongest order in, well, across all the characters really. Gives a straight up defense threat, which is very valuable because a lot of enemies have very high or have physical defense. And even if they don't, it's still going to be a very significant increase in damage. Because defense is basically a different source of damage increase, which is good to diversify all your sources of damage increase. Senna here. I'll explain the maps a little bit more when I have the time. Yeah, but this is a good chain. Should be able to get a nice overkill here. Alright, nice. Okay, so during the console K fight, which is the second fight, we actually got access to Ouroboros. Didn't really use them in the fights there, That's because they aren't powered up yet. But here we actually get the option to start powering up our Ouroboros, so they become a lot more useful from this point onwards. So here's the soul tree, which is where you can spend skill points or soul points, SP, to unlock new skills. I'm gonna do the skill menu later, so I'm just going to do the tutorial now and do the rest later. Yeah, here's another shop. Here is where we can buy steam belts, which is the weaker version of the silver belt. Gives 20% increase in attack instead of 25%, but it's still really strong. So yeah, steam belts are really strong because, again, the attack sources are very strong. Affects your attack stat directly. I mentioned some stuff like the sword fighter skill, which increases damage done to bosses and unique enemies. But these are what is known as additives. So whenever you have an effect in this game that says increases damage by X% for example, it goes into this pool of damage increase, which is then multiplied to your attack stat. So essentially what that means is, if you know what diminishing returns are, it means that the more additive damage you get, the more damage increases you get, the less it's going to increase your damage by. So let's say you have 400% additive, which is a ridiculous amount, but for illustration purposes, and you get 50% extra damage on top of that. So your total damage would be 400% plus your base 100%, then plus 50%. So it's 550, which is only a 10% increase from 500, instead of actually 50% in damage increase. So that's what I mean by diminishing returns. Which is why it's very good to diversify your sources of damage increase by shredding defense or increasing your attack stat, which is separate. Well, it's the base attack. That's the base stat, which all damage is based off. Cancel damage is also separate multiplier. And part combo, for instance, that's a separate multiplier. That's why it's also very strong. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in chains, but outside of chains, it's very, very strong for increasing DPS. We don't use it in the Gauntlet there, just because Steel Cleaver at that point is much better. But Empowered Combo is pretty much going to be the second gem on all of our DPSs after Steel Cleaver. Yeah, this is the point where Chinese text would be faster. So these things here, you have to like eavesdrop on them, and the text is I don't know what's the term for it, but you have to sit there and wait for the text to print. And Chinese text prints faster. So it saves about 6 seconds after factoring in all the information which you have to listen to. Anyway, we're in chapter 3. Is this the... No, it's one of the longer chapters. It's not the longest one though, but it is pretty lengthy. There's a lot to do in this chapter. So yeah, we just rescued Colony 4, I believe. So it turns out that Etho, who we were fighting, is not actually a bad person. In fact, she's a really cool person. She's one of my favorite characters in this game. But yeah, now we have to help her out a bit. Oh. Hopefully it doesn't just come out. Oh, okay, there we go. My mistake there. I got aggroed by one of the Ropos, so I have to I had to do that to not die. I couldn't swap to Mio in time, essentially. Yeah, so this is a supply drop. When you're walking around in the overworld, sometimes like these boxes can just drop from the sky, and they give like various accessories, some of which are really good, but those tend to be in like higher level areas. So obviously, because accessory boxes are a detour, we don't really pick those up in the run, especially when the accessories which you can get are RNG reliant. It's not fixed, isn't it? It's not fixed. So you can't really route for that. Yeah, so now we're gonna make a detour. We're going to go to Elias Highway. This is another high level area, but we're gonna go here. We're gonna come here early because we have to come back here later anyway. It's still a bit of a detour, it loses a little bit of time, but it's going to save back that time because of the XP we're gonna get. It's gonna speed up a lot of our fights that are coming up. So it's absolutely worth it to come here early. As you can see, the monsters here are gonna be much higher level. They're like level 40-ish. But yeah, the bonus experience that comes with like locations and landmarks tend to scale with the monster levels. So higher level areas with higher level enemies will have more bonus XP. This place also has really nice music. And it's also really pretty. It's one of my favorite places in this game. Yeah, so one of my goals when I showcase this run in speedrun is also just to show how awesome of a game this is. How pretty it is, and all the different all the hard work that devs put in. Okay, so I want to make sure I run away from this guy. Engage early just to make sure my party takes aggro from it while I run from it. There we go. Using a skirmish, I can run past it by not looking at the red bubble. I want to get this landmark specifically so I can warp back here later. But after getting this, I'm actually going to go and get even more locations to basically get as much XP as I can for... And that's going to make the rest of this chapter a lot smoother when it comes to like getting the required XP. Before we would used to just get up to X Halon, but now I get a few extra spots. It's 30%, a 30-second investment, but it makes this chapter very, very consistent. Essentially, there are going to be a few chain attacks which are not 100% success rate, and if you fail one of those chain attacks, it's going to lose a lot of time. But by taking this extra XP, you can afford to not have your chains go perfectly, which is very valuable. Also because you need extra experience anyway, so it's not exactly 30%, 30-second investment. So now I'm going to level up Uni's chart a little bit. Specifically, I want to get this thing called Wings of Pursuit. That's going to do burn damage to anything that's in range. And that's really useful for what I like to call trash mobs, or trash enemies. It's essentially fights with like a bunch of little small dudes. And yeah, the Wings of Pursuit damage really adds up in those fights. A fun fact, I didn't know that hole existed, and I used to run like all the way around and jump down here in casual playthrough. Yep, so I'm spreading out my damage because I don't want my party to waste damage on weakened targets, and I'm gonna let the burn damage pick the weakened ones. off essentially. There we go. A little bit of a slow fight actually. Normally you can finish this fight before your Ouroboros expires. Here's the supply drop, so you don't actually have to pick this up. Once we leave this region, the game will automatically pick up the accessories for us. And none of the accessories here are particularly useful, so we're just gonna sell them for money later. One thing that could potentially be useful is Hero Gloves, which gives extra accuracy, but because it's random, I don't route for it. But theoretically, could use it in some fights upcoming up for added consistency. Yeah, here we get Ethel's class, the Flash Fencer. It's a pretty interesting class. It has a lot of damage and a lot of utility, but it also takes a lot of aggro. That's why I like to joke that Flash Fencer actually means Flash Fencer essentially means like how long it stays alive. But yeah, it actually is going to be pretty much one of the most important classes in the speedrun. I would consider it a necessary evil because I don't really like the class. I think the Sword Fighter is actually a much better class for the speedrun. But there are just some skills that the Flash Fencer has that are just completely indispensable, and you need those for the speedrun. So yeah, that's why I say it's a necessary evil. Yeah, but Ethel is a really cool character, and she gives us a really important class in the speedrun, so you can't hate her, honestly. Unfortunately, she leaves her party here. We got her for like 5 seconds of the in the run, and then she leaves her party now. So Ethel's what's known as a hero. They essentially act as a 7th character in your party, and they can participate in chain attacks and battle. But you can't control them, so they're kind of just AI controlled. They tend to not be really strong, but they're very useful because they have unique effects in chain, called hero orders, and it essentially gives you one more round in the chain attack, which is very, very strong in itself already. And then on top of that, they have like extra bonuses that their hero orders can give, and also like their heroic chain, which is special effects that they can give you when they use an art in the chain. So yeah, just overall really important to have heroes in your party, 7th character in your party. Yeah, but the game gives us Ethel for like 5 seconds, and then Ethel is gone for pretty much the entire run, and even in a casual playthrough, you can only get her back in like chapter 6. So that's very, very sad, because she's such a cool character. Right, so now I get to do another big menu. This is why we had to rush to level 21. I'll explain that later. But here I'm going to level up Ogre using the coins like I mentioned. And Uni as well, she's going to be one of our DPSs. Life-saving expertise. This here is very important. You have to put the uniform on her. Yeah, satisfying piercer. Fun fact, they only have one voice line for learning skills. So you get to hear the same voice line every time you learn a skill. Okay, yeah, but in that menu, I essentially geared my entire party up. with their second slot for like their gems, their arts. So the reason why Lace Highway is so good to get that extra XP early is because it allows you to rush to level 20 for this next fight here, and that's gonna end up saving a lot of time because it's gonna get level 20 is where you get your second master art slot and also your second gem slot, and that's very strong because Impart combo is really good. And I also swapped a lot of arts around in order to build Interlink. So Interlink is very important. Every time you use a fusion art, it counts to it builds your what's known as Interlink, and then it essentially the higher your Interlink level, the stronger your Ouroboros form will be. And so a lot of the fights upcoming are going to be about building Interlink quickly and then going to Ouroboros with a lot of with a large power boost essentially. And so I optimize a lot of my arts to build Interlink quickly. Essentially, you want to pair like low cooldown arts with low cooldown arts. Yeah, and a bunch of Ogre leveling up because I'm, like I said, I don't have time to put Noah on Ogre because I want him to level up Flash Fencer because it's better for damage. Also because he is C rank for Ogre, or D rank, C rank for, no, he's D rank for Ogre, which is the lowest rank. The ranks essentially mean how fast your characters learn those jobs. So if I were to put Noah on Ogre, it's going to take a very long time for him to level up. So it's better to just use coins in that case, because I want the damage, but I can't afford to spend time leveling Ogre up. Same thing for Uni, she's like C rank. Much better to have her as a sword for now. Yeah, and leveled up Noah's Interlink or unlocked a lot of skills. That's gonna buff his that's gonna make his Ouroboros a lot stronger for this next fight here. And the last most important thing I did in that menu is I put Mio's uniform back, because it's a very good costume. Yeah, so the game gives us options to swap costumes. Whichever class you've I think reached like, no, whichever class you've unlocked with that character, you get to put that costume on them. And Mio also gets access to her original costume, which is her original military uniform, which I think is like her best best outfit. So I always put this outfit back in runs. It takes like what, 2 seconds or something. But what I like to say is that it manips your RNG. If you don't put it on, you'll have bad RNG in the run. Alright, so this is Baldi, he has 2 machines. Want to rush to fusion arts here. I want to build Interlink level 1. Right, so if I do this correctly, I can get a triple kill here. Oh well, one of them went down. That's fine. Oh, I didn't think of. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this is Baldi. He's a mechanic. He likes robots. Now we have to help him rebuild his robots because we destroyed his robots. But yeah, Valdi, as you can see, he's a hero. He joins our party. Now we don't get him yet, but he joins our party for like temporarily. So he has the War Medic class, which is actually one of the best classes in this run, one of the most important classes in this run. I would say it's actually the most important. The amount of strats it enables is just absurd. You'll see that later. But it's a very strong healing class and has very good buffs as well. Right now we don't have access to the War Medic class. We need to finish Valdi's hero quest in order to unlock that quest, unlock the class. Okay, so I need to pay attention to his Grubbles. They can see me. Yeah. There we go. They weren't looking, so that's good. That's like perfect. Yeah, so one thing you might have noticed is that Noah has Infinity Blade now, which is a talent art which he unlocked in the Mobius K fight. It's pretty good. It does AoE damage and it has a very large multiplier and also pierces defense. And we use that in combination with capable hands to rush down quite a few fights in like this section of the run. Capable hands is skill of the Fencer class. Arguably, the entire reason why you're using Fencer is because of capable hands. It gives you essentially talent at the start of the battle. So it gives you free talent recharge at the start of the battle, which means that you can essentially use your first talent art much earlier than any other class. And capable hands is like I said, it's essentially the reason why we're using Flash Fencer. There's going to be a point where there's going to be a very, very important talent art later, which we're going to have access to, which we can combine with capable hands in order to make a lot of the fights go very, very quick, very, very fast later. Yeah, so that's like 99% of the reason why you're using Flash Fencer. The 1% of the reason is because it does decent damage. And yeah, that's about it, because it does decent damage, but it's not like Sword Fighter can't do that either. One thing it has over a Sword Fighter is it's able to give itself power charge using cross impact. And power charge is really nice because it's a 50% damage increase to your next art. And that's very, very strong. We gave Glorious Wing to Noah's Ouroboros. It gives power charge to the entire party. And for quite a lot of fights, we're gonna power charge before we chain. So our entire party is power charged in the chain, and we can combine that with the large multiplier of the chain to do a lot of damage. You'll see what I mean in this next fight. Speaking of which, we're coming here. Right now we can actually go and fix Valdi's machine robot. But because we have to come to Colony 30 like right afterwards, and we're closer to Colony 30 after picking up the machine parts, we actually want to tag here first before we proceed on with the quest, and this saves movement for later. Okay, so the next fight is Incomplete Siegelev, aka Doric. It's a very annoying boss, mostly because it has 5% block rate. So if you get unlucky, it can block you a lot, and then you just get kind of trolled because it has some pretty strong moves, which can one-shot Mio if you don't dodge them. Yeah, so that's the name of the game right now. Just dodge big attacks with Zephyr. So essentially how these fights are gonna go is we're gonna build to chain, and then we're gonna Glorious Wing, and then chain. There we go. That's the attack you really have to dodge. Humbling Smash. Heat Injection is also very annoying. Okay, there we go. We want to make sure everyone's grouped up before we go into the chain. And we want to see Valdi. This is unfortunately the worst... who do I go with here? God damn it. This is unfortunately the worst combination you can start off the chain with. Fantastic. Valdi is very good against machines. He gets plus 50 TP on every single time he uses an art in the chain. Okay. Let's hope this chain goes well. We started off pretty poorly. No healers. You want to see a healer for sure. There we go. There's Valdi. I need 150. This is fine. Yeah, I'll get enough. Yeah, I had to think there because getting Lance on the first round makes your TP a little sketch sometimes, so I had to think if I was gonna get enough. Okay, but the chain should be fine now. We got Valdi, which ensures that we can kill. I'm actually going to pick... Who do I pick here? I think I want to pick Senna. And I'll go cross impact. Yeah, I have to think a bit here because getting Lance on the first... I got absolute worst first round, which meant that like it kind of froze off like the rest of the chain a little bit. Essentially I want to end with either Lance or Uni, but I was forced to pick Lance in the first round because the other two were just like I can't continue the chain with those. There we go. Uni's the best here because it allows you to get everybody here. And here you can see all the power charges are really paying off here. Well, only Uni has the power charge here, but Noah has his own power charge. Yeah, but essentially what you want to do is keep your power charges for this final round, and then everybody just like nukes the boss. Okay, so that was a pretty decent fight. I was a little slow in the chain, but that's because I had to think about which orders to pick. They aren't consistent, if you can't tell. already. It is completely dependent on RNG, and that's why I said that like the chains aren't 100% consistent. If you have all party members alive, it is 89% to see your hero. So right off the bat, it's already 89% to not get Valdi, and your damage will be severely cut short. Yeah, and then it's well, there's a little bit more maths later. Not relevant now, but yeah, you aren't guaranteed to see the character that you want in any single round, essentially, and that's why you have to plan in the chain if you want to optimize your damage. This colony also, Keva's colonies, colony 4 and 30 also have like really good music. So getting Valdi gives you the ability to climb walls. It's a traversal skill. And that's going to allow us to proceed with the story, because the next part of the story requires us to climb this wall. Okay, so the next fight is Lepus. It's essentially Doric, except it doesn't have block rate. And instead of being physically tanky, it is ether tanky, which is better for us because our damage is entirely physical at this point. And pretty much for the entire run, actually. It also has very dangerous attacks. In fact, it is, I think, more likely to kill you than Doric. Just based off its arts alone. Just does a lot more damage, honestly. But it is easier to take out, not really, but it has more HP, but it has a lot less physical defense, so it ends up roughly about the same bulk as Doric. But the next overkill is pretty important to get, because right now we have Valdi in our party, which means we can start unlocking War Medic on characters. And we really want to get War Medic because it's such a good class, but right now we don't really want to run War Medic in our party, because it's just more valuable to have DPS. So we kind of just depending on Valdi for all the XP here. As you can see, it's doing a lot of damage already. Yeah, that attack there is the one you really have to dodge, hand capture. It's basically a one-shot if you get hand captured. That is bad, but it's actually fine. Okay, so Senna's not in the party now because she got hand captured, but that's actually fine. It increases our chances of seeing Valdi. So rip Senna. It's a little sneak peek for some of the strats we'll be using later. Essentially, if a character is unable to participate in chain, you can't see their order, but that's actually fine because it increases the chances of getting certain orders which you want. This is really good. Tie on here is really strong. I kind of... Okay, I'll go for Noah, actually. Actually, no, Uni would have been better, but it's not a big deal. Okay, I'm not gonna use Power Ring here. I'm just gonna go with Noah, because that's gonna be enough to get me my overkill. Really nice fight. Really nice set of fights here. Always what you want to see is just finishing your chain with good overkill. Again, the extra XP from Elias Highway actually allows us to skip one of these chains. We just have to chain the next boss upcoming, which we normally wouldn't chain otherwise. But yeah, it takes your chances from... Essentially, if you don't have the extra experience, if you failed the chain, you kind of just have to redo the fight because you need that XP. But with that extra XP, you can actually afford to fail one of the chains and still go on. So instead of losing like minutes, you only lose like a little bit of time, like maybe 30 seconds. So we are leaving Fornis and we're going to enter the next region, which is Pentalus. Pentalus region is where quite a bit of chapter 4 is going to take place. Oops, I didn't manage to jump on the roof there. That's fine. It starts up with the Orion tunnels here, which is one of my not so favorite areas. Just because it reminds me a lot of the Ether mines from Xenoblade 1, which I hated a lot. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of like grimy and dark like cave areas. Personally, I like colorful areas with lots of flowers and pretty lights. Fortunately, we don't have to spend a lot of time here. It's pretty small section of this run. And if you thought any of these regions were big, there's gonna be a much bigger region later. That's all I can say for now. A little skip here, it doesn't actually save that much time. You're supposed to take the elevator here, but this skip saves like 3 seconds. But it's free time save, so why not? It's Mr. Krabs here, hopefully he doesn't see us. Nice. If he sees you, you have to run out and de-aggro him. Which loses a little bit of time. Have to de-aggro these fans. You might also notice that the battle theme has changed here. I actually prefer the other one, the previous one. Not a big fan of this battle theme. Coming up on our next boss here, we're gonna take a camp to level up, and it's gonna set our levels for the next few fights. Really want to make sure we are level for the next few fights. And it's gonna have one of the more volatile fights in this run at the end of this chapter. Level 25 is standard here. You're supposed to be level 25. Yeah, I have a lot of extra XP because of the extra XP from Elias. If I didn't overkill one of the bosses, I would have just level 25. And one more menu before heading to the next fight. Lance's English line here is definitely better. He encourages you to check out this sick new skill. As far as I can remember, no one has ever fallen off here, which is good. Your previous spawn point is only like 10 meters behind, so it's not that bad. But if you fall off, it's very embarrassing. Wait, so this next fight is Princess Arachno. We would chain this fight if we missed one of the chains earlier, but we didn't, so I'm just gonna no chain this fight. A really nice launch here with Lance's talent art. Launch gives extra damage on all your damage, essentially. Okay, that's the fight. Very nice fight. 25% extra damage when enemies are launched, and that's independent from any additive sources of damage. So launch is very, very strong, but it's very inconsistent to get launches because they require breaks, so we generally don't route for launches in early game when we don't have consistent sources of break. Right. The shop there we got work belts and crack crystals. Work belts give extra damage against machines, and that's gonna be relevant pretty much only for like 2 fights, but they are nice. The main thing I wanted to get there was the crack crystals. Those give extra damage per enemy that is defeated in a battle. So some fights there are gonna be multiple enemies, and the crack crystal can really start to rack up the damage as the fight progresses. You'll see what I mean when we get to those fights. But yeah, the next fight is going to be against the machine, so the work belts do actually put in a little bit of work there. No pun intended. There's actually a skip here you can do instead of taking the elevator. I think it saves like maybe 3 seconds maximum. But you also lose the XP from getting this location. And it's also a very difficult skip to do, and I don't think it's 100% consistent. So I generally just prefer taking the elevator here. So you see Riku and Manana in the party. They are a hero actually. They have been in our party for a very long time, but we just unlocked them as a hero. They give the Yumsmith class, which is a pretty niche class. It's not a very strong. It's an attacker class, but it's not very strong in terms of DPS. It's more of a debuffing and a support class. But yeah, we actually don't really use the Yumsmith in the run anymore, only for a very small section later in chapter 5. So sorry Riku and Manana, but we aren't gonna use you in the run. Because right now I'm just gonna change to Valdi, because we still kind of want War Medic unlock, and also he's a healer, so he's useful for reviving and also just healing. Just gonna put a work belt on a bunch of our characters here. Yeah, only healers can revive in this game, which makes healers extremely strong, but if your healers go down, it's also extremely bad. I really don't want to swap off Mio and Noah. I want to make sure they hit level 3 Interlink. And if you swap off when they are at level 2 they have a chance of automatically interlinking, which is very bad. Oh wow, okay, I almost died there. Okay, that's really bad. Okay, come on, healers, pick me up. This fight's essentially over. Oh no! I've never seen that happen. We are restarting this fight. I've never seen that happen. It's a very unfortunate set of circumstances that just led to wiping there. Yeah, that's why healers are very important. Can't afford for them to go down. Is that lambda cannon into like this? Yeah. Noah dying at like the most inopportune moment. The most unopportune moment for Noah to go down there. I kind of wanted to use Dust Sweep. Not that. Okay. Okay. I need a little bit more damage here. Just gonna wait a little bit. Okay, that should be fine. Have to wait a little bit for the damage there. I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay, this next fight is probably one of the more stressful fights in the run. And in fact, it's a new strat which literally just came up with like a few days ago. So hopefully it does go well. Oops, this is Console J. He's pretty infamous for dealing a lot of damage. He's pretty strong. He does a lot of damage. He attacks really quickly. He can inflict bleed, which does a lot of DOT. And yeah, I can stun your party members as well. Just overall, very annoying boss to fight. One thing about him though is that he has very low physical defense. He has negative physical defense, so he takes a lot more damage from physical skills. Yeah, in the early days it's really nice for keeping your party members alive. As you can see, he's doing a lot of damage. I want to rush to my healing ring. So I need one more power ring to get my healing ring here. Hopefully my party can... It seems pretty stable here. Alright. Nice. So once I get my healing ring up, healing's fine-ish. Oh, of course, Mio's not actually in here. Get one more healing ring. Alright. So once I'm at Interling free, I'm gonna Interling with Taion. And I'm gonna do a few Sacred Cannons here with Uni. Does increase damage against Mobius. And I want to chip him down so I can finish with Noah. I can just get free cannons here. Okay. All right, there we go. I'm gonna go for a little bit more XP. Alright, that was actually a really good fight. That's about as good as I can ask for, actually. So yeah, previous iterations of the fight, you would chain. Oh yeah, in that fight, you get access to the upper half of your party's Ouroboros forms, so everyone has their own Ouroboros forms now. And you also get the option to manually control your Ouroboros forms. You actually have to go into the options and set it there, but you can do that before the run by getting a save file up to that point, and then that makes it so that you can control your Ouroboros manually instead of your party members randomly going Ouroboros. Which gives you a lot more control over the fights, essentially. So we can use that to our advantage, keep everyone, let everyone build to level 3, and then unleash level 3 from there.
誰もが心の奥に抱く秘密、忘れられない過去の記憶、辛い出来事。今は想像することしかできないけれど、少しでもいい、自分のことのように寄り添えたらと思う。そうすることでお互いの絆が深まっていけば、やがて。
Alright, so this is Colony Lambda. We fought the Lambda for Uranus just now. It was controlled by the commander here, Izzard. Turns out he was actually being controlled by Jay, so he's not actually a bad guy. In fact, he's actually a good guy, and he looks like Germa. I'm not the one who came up with that. But yeah, Console J, his name's Yorin. Fun fact, he dies. I think his death scene is like... apparently it's played 13.5 times in this run. I can't verify if that's true or not. But yeah, that's Yorin. And he was childhood friend of Noah and Lance and Uni. Or childhood, quote unquote. But yeah, he was a friend. Now he's big bad Mobius guy. So essentially all the consoles are evil people and they're controlling the colonies and making them do bad things, like fighting. Yorin became one of them. So after the Yorin fight, we actually got access to Soul Link, which is where we can share skills on the Soul Tree with the opposite Ouroboros form. So that's why I got 20% extra attack on Neo. That way I can link it to Noah to get extra damage on him. And the most important part is actually Tyon and Uni. So Uni has a skill called Shared Blessing, which increases damage done for every buff that's on the party. So every buff that's on a character will give 30% extra damage. And this stacks up to 500 times, and it's per buff per character. So in a chain, when you use a buff, it will automatically become an AoE buff and affect your entire party. So that's 7 buffs times 30% equals 210% damage per buff. And War Medics have 2 buffs, so you get a lot of extra damage. And Izzard has also 1 buff, so you can really start to see where this is going. You really want to lean into Tyon and Uni's Ouroboros for a lot of some of the fights upcoming. Actually, they're actually going to do a lot of work here. But yeah, that's why we need the War Medic. If you don't have War Medic on Tyon yet, so if you didn't overkill Lepus, you could actually use Valdi for this fight. Izzard's not very important at this point, but he's going to be very important later on, so that's why we get him early while we're in Lambda. Let's see, something I'm doing here is actually manipulating the AI. The AIs will tend to waste their fusion art, so I'm building onto Uni so that she will be more likely to use the fusion arts. And one more thing is that AI actually builds Interlink faster, which is why I'm not using the arts with Uni herself. I'm building and then swapping off, so that when she uses them, she'll get me extra Interlink build. To be specific, AI builds Interlink 50% faster if it's an AI character that uses it. There we go, there's Interlink free. That's because I got Uni to build a lot of it. And so I'm going to essentially do the same strat which I did on Jay. I'm going to weaken the Dragu a little bit and wait for Noah to get to level 3, which should be soon. Should be all. Yep, soon. Okay. I'm gonna go one more cannon here. I need a little bit more. There we go. Again, just want to farm a little bit of that overkill at the end there. So something I'm doing here is actually I'm dashing across the water. This is actually faster than swimming. So this will be useful whenever we have to swim, which is not often. But in these few sections where there's a lot of water, you want to do this to speed up your movement a little bit, because swimming is very slow. Right, so level 30 is going to be very important to get to. At the next camp, I'm going to level up to level 30. This gives us our second accessory slot, which is very, very strong because we're going to be able to put a lot more damage on our DPSs. This is why we got the correct crystals. The next fight is going to be against 5 enemies with 1 boss. So by taking out the minions first, you get 80% increase in additive damage, which is really nice. And also, Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros tend to also excel in AoE fights. You saw me do a little bit of it there. Essentially, I'm going to cycle between using Raptor Raid and Atomize. And this is going to do a lot of damage in an AoE situation outside of the chain. And to bolster this, I'm actually going to set up buffs on my entire party at the start of the battle. That way they can have this really large burst of damage at the start of the battle and take out a lot of the ads and allow the party to focus on the main boss. And yeah, and in order to support that even further, I'm going to also interlink Noah because he's going to be able, his AI likes to use Glorious Wing, so that's going to give me lots of power charges for this strat. So we like to call this the Yunnan spam strat, which is essentially referring to the strat of just like spamming Atomize and Raptor Raid. The main thing you want is Atomize because it has a very large AoE and also just does a lot of damage. So yeah, this is going to be a goodbye to the Medic Gunner for quite a while. War Medic's just going to be superior for a lot of the fights that we want to use it for. Because a lot of our damage is going to come from Uni and Taion now, and War Medics are just invaluable for buffing the party for damage. So here I'll be able to get level 30. So I put Mirror Trap on Izzard. That's essentially another buff. That's gonna be very nice in just like chain attacks as well. Izzard also has an 80% chance to give a party-wide attack buff at the start of battle. So most of the time that's gonna proc and make our Yunnan spam super strong. Yeah, so this is Juniper. Juniper is a cat. Also, canonically they, them. I think. It's coded. They have a very annoying move. They have a very annoying move called a landslide, which grants evasion. Looks like I missed my cannon, which is terrible. This fight's not gonna be very fast. Lance also missed his topple. Hopefully I don't see a landslide here. Okay. Okay, I mean, it's good to get it out of the way so I can... Oh, Noah. Yeah, you really want Yunnan to do a lot of damage at the start. Unfortunately, they did not do that. So... yeah, they missed a lot of their important attacks, and also the positioning was completely off because of enemy movement. So that fight didn't go as fast as I hoped. You can grab onto this ladder here to trigger the next cutscene instead of running all the way down. It's a nice little bit of movement there.
他のコロニーとは全く違う。
Binance, same thing. Just gonna Yunnan spam them. Hey, nice double kill there. Right, so Juniper gives us access to the Stalker class, which is not, I would say it's not a super strong class, but it definitely is not as bad as some people think it is, especially in the context of the speedrun. Stalker is actually pretty useful, I would say. Oh, looks like we got memory leak here. Awesome. So this game can sometimes just take like really long to load, and this is one of the points where it tends to happen. So warping after you get colony Tau. So yeah, this loses maybe 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, about 30 seconds. Yeah, unfortunately for Juniper, I'm gonna put Izzard right back into the party because he's a lot more useful. But Stalker class, it has a, for the speedrun, it has a pretty good skill called Evasion Expertise. This grants 30% chance, 35% chance to evade any attack that's ranged. Which when combined with like a bunch of other survivability skills, it can actually be really good to have, especially for the final boss, because all of his attacks are ranged. On top of that, Stalker's also just it has a lot of damage. Has a skill called Rapid Shot, which does a ton of damage, especially if the enemy is bleeding, which it has skills that can bleed. Oh, looks like Izzard's down. I am missing basically all of my atomizers. This is very unlucky. Doesn't help that Noah missed. I mean, I missed a lot of. Right, there we go. Yeah, this fight you only have to rush down to 75%. And that's Sagiri. She gives you the Machine Assassin class if you complete your quest later, like much later. It's like chapter 6 quest. Unfortunately, it takes a long time and the class is not super good. So that's the last we're gonna see of her. But if you go out of your way to do a lot of the quests in Xenoblade 3, like in a casual playthrough, you'd be surprised. The characters have, I mean, not surprised, but yeah, the characters have incredibly good writing. And yeah, overall just a really fantastic game with a really good story. Especially Chapter 5, Chapter 6 cutscenes are heralded by a lot of people as being peak fiction. I'll let you decide. I'll let you be the judge of that if you play this game yourself. Okay, oops. That was closer than I was. Gonna level up to 32 here. It's gonna be for the next few fights. Not this upcoming fight, but for the fight after that. It's gonna be important to be at a high enough level so you don't get destroyed. Every level that you are under the boss after level 2. So at 3 levels under, you take 5% increased damage. 4 levels, you get 15% increased damage. At 5 levels under, it's 25% increased damage, so on. Just start racking, like, you just start taking way more damage once you get super under level. Oh no, the end loop fell down. You actually don't want that because it will respawn. Alright, there we go. That's fine. They have a lot of evasion, so you kind of want your atomizers to hit. I've also been taking a little bit of extra time, like a couple seconds, to get a couple landmarks at Colony Lambda entrance and also Tau Feranis, because those landmarks give you SP, and for this next menu, the SP is it's pretty much exact for Noah. That's gonna get him a really big increase in his Ouroboros skills damage. So we're gonna be able to do even more funny things with Noah with his spin attack. This is also the menu which I'm gonna put Noah on the Stalker class. He's gonna, as a Stalker, he's gonna be able to do just a bit more damage than Flash Fencer and the Chain. He's also at level 10 already, which is... So I don't want to put him on Fencer any longer than I have to, especially when it's not needed. I want to unlock Stalker on my other classes, so that's why it's perfect to have Noah on Stalker for this next few fights. This is very important to get on Taion. Extra 20% attack, which we're gonna put on Uni, so it gives them a very large increase in damage. Noah also got quite a few important skills, extra attack, and another skill which gives him more damage the higher his heat gauge is. So the more time he spends in battle as Ouroboros, the more damage he's gonna do. So this next few fights, this next fight is going to be against Kamaravi and Ethel, except they're in giant robots. And it's a pretty technical fight. There's a lot of things I have to manage. So I want their aggro to be split between Mio and Lance. I don't want them to target the same person, because Kamaravi can launch and then Ethel can smash, and that will instantly kill the character and also do splash damage to everyone around them, and so that might kill your healers as well. So I'm gonna need Lance to take Ethel specifically because Ethel does more damage and Lance is tankier than Mio. While Mio can take aggro from Kamaravi, who's slower in his attacks. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Yunnan spam, and then once Mio and Noah get to level 3, I'm going to have them take down Kamaravi and Ethel and chain at the end.
みおちゃん心配かけてごめんねもう大丈夫あそこ見て
This is another, because they're in giant robots, it's another machine fight, which is where the work belts also come into play. It's the last fight, really, where the work belts are good for. We only get to use them for like 2 fights, but they do make a little bit of an impact in these 2 fights, so I do think it's worth getting them. Again, the main thing I kind of wanted was the cracked crystals, which is pretty good for Juniper, and also some fights in Chapter 5.
へえこんな場所がここで終わらせるヤッコさんを狙うぞ了解だよ了解だようるさい
You see, I put Lance back on Ethel just to maintain her aggro. So now I'm gonna focus on Kamaravi. Okay, that was a really good fight. Kamaravi went down in that last spinning edge, and I'll be able to farm the rest of my overkill here. That's exactly how much XP I need for level 33, 292%. Alright, this is OP. So this is the first time we're gonna use what's known as an interlink free chain. So I'm gonna build to interlink level 3 with Tyon and Uni here. Again, I want to try to manipulate the AI here. Why is Lance not doing anything? Oh, I got very lucky with my Nopon strap procs here. %10 chance to refund any art. That helps your build interlink a lot quicker sometimes if you get lucky. But I might still want to stall a little bit because I need a little bit of extra damage. Actually, no. It's gonna go here. Okay. Yeah. No, I want a Vital Bullet. Alright. HP still a little high. I'm going to farm a little bit of extra damage here. With no, a nice bleed actually. That gives Tyon more damage. Yeah, there we go. So this is what's known as an interlink level 3 chain. So if you're a level 3 interlink and you chain, you enter this special kind of chain where you immediately go into Ouroboros finishers. Speaking of which, this is actually the first time we're seeing Ouroboros finishers. So normally in a chain, if you complete the orders of both pairs of an Ouroboros, so Uni Tyon, Senna Lance, or Noah Mio, you get to finish with you get to enter the Ouroboros order, which does a lot of damage. And because Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros is the strongest, we want to always end in their Ouroboros. The unfortunate thing is that it's not consistent. So if all party members are alive, it is 75% chance per chain to see the Ouroboros finisher that you want, and that is really terrible, especially if you need a hero chain as well. Overall, the success rate is about 66%. So by doing interlink free chains, you can actually bypass that and always get the Ouroboros order you want. The downside is that interlink free chains tend to be less powerful than full chains. But for fights where you don't need that extra power, it's actually much better to use interlink free, because not only is it faster than a full chain, it's also consistent. So that was a good fight. Again, I manipulated Uni's AI to build interlink faster by making her get the fusion arts and then swapping off so she'll use the fusion arts, and that helps me build fusion a lot faster, or build interlink a lot faster. Granted, I did get very lucky with the Nopon strap procs, but I wasn't too far off from actually getting the interlink there without them. Alright, so that is the Pentalus region. The final part of this chapter, chapter 4, will be spent in this area called the Syria Hovering Reefs and the Kevis Castle region. So that huge structure there is the Kevis Castle. It's where the Queen of Kevis sits, and we're gonna pay her a visit. But we have to make a very long trek there. And so this part of the run is probably my least favorite part of the run, or one of my least favorite parts of the run, because it's just straight walking until you get to the next boss. But you pick up some very important things here on the way, so very worth explaining. The first thing which we're going to do is to get Ashira. This is an optional hero. Same thing we're going to do with Izzard. Basically, we're going to start their quest where they enter your party, so you can, like, because it's their quest. But you don't actually have to do their quest to unlock those heroes. They stay. You can continue using them. You just don't have access to a class, which is fine because we don't need a class anyway. We just want the hero. Ashira is extremely strong. Probably, I would say now the second most important hero in the run. Arguably so. She used to be the most important hero in the run before the DLC hero got released. But yeah, Ashira is extremely powerful. The reason for that is because one of the main reasons is because she's your only source of launch in chains for the entire run. Her class, which is the Lost Exile or Lone Exile or something like that, has access to launch as a master art, but obviously we're not going to do requests, so the only way we can launch in chains is Ashira, and later on we're going to combine that with consistent sources of break in order to set up really big combos. The second reason why Ashira is really strong is because of her chains. Her hero order gives a really large bonus in damage multiplier and also grants the entire party power charge, which is really good. And then you have her heroic order or heroic chain, whatever. If you finish an order with Ashira, you get guaranteed amazing, which is gonna increase your damage ratio even further and also give you back free characters. The trade-off is that you can't get Ashira back again, so you can't keep getting amazings with her, but it's actually fine. Because it makes the characters that you can get back from the chain 100% consistent. Essentially, it means that all your chains are going to be essentially 100% consistent with Ashira. Or you can route for it to be like that. So Ashira is super, super strong. She's also a tank, which is, I would say, the second best type that a hero can be. The best is obviously a healer because they can heal and revive. The least useful types of heroes are really just attackers because they don't really offer anything. So as cool as Riku and Banana are, they don't really offer anything for fights outside of chain. But Ashira can at least hold some aggro, and tanks are going to be very important for the next fight. But yeah, Ashira has kind of fallen from grace a little bit. The older routes used to rely on Ashira a lot more, especially in the late game for the chains. Since then, we've come up with more consistent and faster strategies that don't involve Ashira. But she is still very strong and definitely the best and most important hero for Chapter 5. Before we have access to our very funny enemy powers. And even after that, she's still useful. It's just that we have slightly better strats now. That make it worth not running Ashira. Oh yeah, something I forgot to mention. After we got Juniper, we got the ability to slide down ropes, and that's another traversal skill. And we also got 10% increased movement speed, which is nice because we're gonna be doing a lot of running and around in this speed run. So 10% increase in movement speed is very much appreciated. Was it 10%? I think it's actually 14% actually increased movement speed. Right, so coming up, we have one of the most important items in the speedrun. For some reason, you can get it in this shop here, which is like only in the middle of the game, story-wise. It's called the Devotional Necklace. It's a healer item. Essentially what it does is that every time you revive someone, you get 90% of your arts back. And that doesn't... it's very hard to exactly say how good that is, but it's really strong. The thing about healing is that it's very hard to... increasing your healing stat doesn't actually lead to a significant increase in survivability. So what's better for your healers is actually just to make sure they get arts more often. And on top of that, the Devotional Necklace just allows for some really absurd strats. On top of just being a very solid item for consistency. So characters going down in the middle of fights is actually fine, because that gives your healers their arts and that allows the rest of the party to survive. As long as it's in a controlled manner, it's like taking a couple of deaths here and there is fine. And Devotional Necklace definitely helps with that. One really good thing about the Devotion Necklace as well is because it gives you all your arts back. It can be used to build Interlink really quickly if you have enough people going down. If you can revive enough people. And we're going to take advantage of that later in Chapter 5. We're making our way through Keva's castle. There's a little bit of movement here, which is probably worth explaining coming up. So here I'm actually going to do a death warp back to this same spot. Even though we will lose the aggro by just running normally here, it's actually faster to death warp because it resets the positions of the enemies on the bridge, which is going to actually allow us to pass the enemies sooner. So we have a little bit of extra time, so we can actually get this landmark here for extra experience. And then by the time we run to the end of the bridge here, we should be able to pass the enemy without it seeing us. If we didn't do the death warp, it would be walking towards us and just really annoying to de-aggro. Alright, so here's a new thing. We used to have to fight these soldiers. We would use Uno spam on them. But we can actually do the skip now. There we go. If you just run back after de-aggroing them, they would respawn. So you can't skip them unless you do that. Very small window before that you can swap before they de-aggro. Easier way would actually be to aggro one of the machines. That way it will keep you in battle while you swap. so then your timing will be pretty free. So the next fight coming up is probably the most dangerous fight in the run, apart from the Ropo. It's the most dangerous fight in the run that you can reasonably control. Whereas the Ropo is kind of just like luck if you die or not. But yeah, the next fight is against Mobius D and J again. So we fought him at the start of the battle, start of the run, but he wasn't very strong back then. Now he's really angry, and yeah, one of the hardest fights in the run. We're gonna abuse the devotional necklaces which we just bought in order to build our chain really quickly. War medics are really good for building chain as well, because reviving gives you a lot of chain, and also buffing characters gives you a lot of chain. So they can allow you to build chain really quickly, as long as you don't die first. Oops. I'm gonna de-aggro these unique monsters. And do a little parkour here. It's a little skip here you can do to skip these enemies. Squeezing up that ramp there. The side of the ramp. Still collecting some coins even though the DLC gives me a lot of coins. There's gonna be a class later which we wanna level up very quickly. And we just don't have the time to level it up manually. Right, so a few important items here. I'm giving Senna the knock-on doll. That means that when she gets incapacitated, she retains 60% of her aggro, and it's gonna help a lot for this upcoming fight. The name of the game here is we wanna revive people quickly and chain ASAP. Okay, good. None of my healers died. I was not expecting it to target Mio there. Alright, there we go. Alright, Ashira is essentially all the RNG that is in this chain, so this battle is essentially over. Just one caveat is that I can't use Taion on the next round, otherwise I don't get enough TP. But yeah. So what I did there was I waited for one member of my party to die, which is going to be one of the tanks, and that guarantees that I can get the Yunnan finisher. So the only RNG in this chain is getting the hero order, which is 95% with 6 characters in the party. And also another reason why Uni and Taion's orders are so strong is because their regular orders shred defense. So that's going to make your attacks do even more damage. So we got Uni's finisher here, which is actually about a few seconds slower than Taion's, but it is stronger in this instance because Taion's damage in Uni's finisher is physical, and DJ has more ether defense. Alright, nice. We're gonna get a decent overkill here. Pretty much any hit should allow you to get at least 300 overkill. Alright, that was, like I said, probably the hardest fight, I would say, in the run. There is one fight in Chapter 7 which is also pretty tough, but in my opinion that one's... I think it's... DJ is harder. Alright, so now we have to escape Keva's castle. But unfortunately, for some reason the exhaust pipe doesn't lead out of the castle, so we have to find some other way out of the castle, I think. Oh, I didn't catch that. Alright, so the next fight is going to be against Queen of Kevas. Yes, we're gonna fight the Queen. We're gonna essentially do the same strat which we did on DJ. Except she's a lot squishier, and she isn't as dangerous. She doesn't have as much AoE, so the fight's a lot more manageable than DJ. The hard part about DJ is because he has a lot of AoE that can kill your healers, including Chaos Arch is the main one. which you have to look out for. But she only Queen of Kevas only has single target attacks until you chain her. I'm not hitting at all. Alright, there we go. Gonna go with Uni. You don't need a Shira here, but it's nice if you get her. The main thing is you just want to make sure you get Tired and Uni. You can go for a 4-round here, so don't have to get a Shira. So ideally next round we see a Shira. We can't pick Tyon next round if we get him, not enough damage. Shira is great. Alright, so next round if we see Tyon, this is essentially a perfect chain. That's fine. But yeah, we're guaranteed to get Tyon here, so not an issue. As long as one member isn't in the chain, you are guaranteed to finish with the order that you want. It's just how the math works out. I like to call this the rock, doing the Rock Johnson attack, because he just summons a giant rock, but it's actually made of paper. You can't win this fight, by the way. She survives to like 1% HP. But yeah, it turns out that the Queen of Kevas is not actually the Queen of Kevas. She's a fake and she's a robot. The real Queen of Kevas is actually locked away somewhere, so we'll have to rescue her eventually. She's being held captive by the bad guys. But at the end of every chapter, you get Mio's diary entry. Essentially, she only has like, what, 2 months left to live or something? So she's kind of on a timer.
そう信じて私たちは
Oh yeah, I think English voices are actually also slightly faster. Because of the diary entry, the diary lines. But not a big issue. But that is chapter 4. Now we're in chapter 5. Very interesting chapter. It kind of almost just feels like a side questing chapter, honestly. Not just for the speedrun, but like just in general in the story. But we do quite a bit of extra stuff in this chapter. This is where the game really starts to, like, the game opens up like a ton. We'll see like in a bit. But this region, this next region which we're going to enter is Cadencia, and Cadencia is the largest region in the game. And, well, I don't really know how to describe how big it is. It's huge. It's really big. It is essentially 7.8 out of 10 too much water in Xenoblade. Yeah, it's a giant, vast ocean with lots of islands which you can explore. It's incredible. It's really good. Unfortunately, we're not going to go into most of them, just because, you know, speedrun. But there are really good items that you can pick up in Cadencia, which I believe the hard mode speedrun actually gets. Hard mode is a different beast altogether. The fights are so much harder, it's exponentially harder, and you just need a lot more preparation if you want to finish that speedrun. In a normal speedrun, it's more like a balance. The fights feel still very substantial, but they're not overbearingly difficult and tedious. So this is Sword March, Cadencia, and that's Sword March, the giant sword stuck in the ground here. That's basically where we have to go to, and on the way there we meet Monica. And Monica is from what's known as the city. This is where a lot of the story really starts to take off, I think, like super hard, even more. Essentially because Noah and Gang have been fighting in their entire lives. They don't actually know what's a family, and they don't have any concept of human civilization. So this place is just called the city, so they think it's like a name. The name of the place is called City, but of course we know it's a city. But yeah, Monica introduces them, you know, human civilization outside of the colonies, and they start to learn about what a family is. And so this is a really interesting point of development for a lot of the characters. And especially this is where the concept of like romantic relationships really are introduced to the party, and this is where you, like, before you kind of got like this feeling, you know, like there's like chemistry between certain characters, but it's like they aren't like aware of any of their feelings. And only in this chapter that they start to learn a lot more about what it means to be, you know, a person. But that's story. I'm not an expert in the story for sure. I'm just a person who likes to speedrun. But definitely check out this game if you are into really good storytelling. Also if you like anime. Yeah, this is chapter 5. It is the longest chapter in this particular speedrun. It's not the longest chapter story-wise. I think the longest chapter story-wise is probably chapter 7. But chapter 7 is kind of cheating because the final boss is super long. But chapter 5 is very long because we do a lot of extra stuff for the speedrun, which are going to be worth it. I'll explain those when we get there. But here we're going to enter the city, and our good friend here, Shania, who definitely does not hate our guts, is going to give us a tour. But we're going to ignore her because we don't actually have to follow Shania. We can just run to whatever checkpoint. And also the thing is that the game didn't give, the game gave us extra movement speed, but didn't give any of the NPCs extra movement speed. So we are going to be running faster than Shania the entire time. But Shania is one of my favorite characters in this game. I think she is a very well-written character. Even though a lot of people don't like her, I think she's fantastic. Probably one of my top few characters from this game, actually. But yeah, this is the city. Everyone's scared of us because we're Ouroboros, and we can transform into big things. I'm gonna tag this place Machiba Canteen. Gonna have to come back here later to order some food.
Noah, さっきのムクロの山、送りたいとか言い出さねえよな。
へえ、そういう間柄なんだ。
俺たちは生まれては戦い、死んできたってのか。何度も何度も、にわかには信じがたいが、確かにエセルがいた。
So coming up is the infamous babies cutscene. So at this point they don't know what a family is. And so in this very funny cutscene, very infamous cutscene, actually, so you can see there are like pregnant women here in this medical facility, and then this doctor comes out. Doctor comes out and then goes like, "Oh, who wants to know how babies are made?" And everybody raises their hands, and then the cutscene fades out. A nice little bit of movement tack there. We run into that corner of the building, which gets the landmark, but also triggers the cutscene. So it's essentially just free XP. Alright, now we get to do some side questing. This is the only optional hero quest basically optional hero, which we're gonna get in this speedrun, and the reasons are gonna become incredibly apparent later. But in order to activate the quest, we have to initiate that conversation there and then review the information in the canteen here. And in the meantime, we're also going to order food. That's going to give us 25% extra experience. The only thing is it doesn't really last very long, but the thing is, once you order food, every time you order food in a canteen, Manana learns that recipe and she's able to cook like her own version of it. So later on, we'll be able to cook a version of the dish that gives us 20% extra experience, and that's going to last a lot longer, and it's going to be very useful to get extra experience for the rest of the run. But now we're going to start Monika's quest. We're going to get Monika as a hero. Monika herself, she's not really a very good hero. We're not going to use her hero at all. The jaw that she gives is called Lost Vanguard. It's essentially a tank class that's kind of like the heavy guard. So it's very tanky and can take a lot of hits. I mean, it's essentially what tanky means. But yeah, it's very tanky. I wouldn't actually say it's a good class, but it has a very good master skill, which you can get at rank 10. And the only master skill in the entire game which inflicts smash, which is the final stage of a combo. So combos go from break to topple, and then you can branch out into either daze, burst, or launch smash. And smash is incredibly powerful because it has a very large damage multiplier on top of like launch, also increasing damage done to enemies, and a lot of other funny stuff that we'll get into later. But just know that smash is very broken, and that makes Monika the 2.5 minute detour to get Monika, 2.5 minute thereabout, very worth it. So while we're here, we're gonna take another detour into the Elgaris Depths. So this is a very high level area in the Etia region. And it's an optional I wouldn't say it's a dungeon, it's an optional area. There's a unique monster at the end which is guarding a container that gives an item known as the Shackle Ring. Which is the biggest development in the route, I would say. Yeah, since the original conceptions of the route. The idea was put forth by a few Chinese runners. And essentially what the Shackle Ring does is that it increases the effect of every unique consecutive art used. So let's say I have a few arts and I use one art and then I use another different art right afterwards. Within 3 seconds I have to use another art, and that art gets 10% increase in damage, and the third art gets 20% increase, the fourth art gets 30%, the fifth art gets I'm losing track, whatever. Essentially, if you use 5 arts and then a 6th art, the 6th art gets 80% increase in damage, which is incredibly strong because it's an independent multiplier, so it's flat, just 80% increase in damage. More importantly, it's not just damage, you also get increase in art effect, which extends to reaction chance, reaction duration. Reaction duration is the main thing which you're looking for here. So the damage of smash is based off of the length, the duration of the topple and the launch, and by using the Shackle Ring and some other accessories, we can increase the duration of launch and topple in order to increase the damage of the final smash by an even larger amount. So Shackle Ring does a lot of really broken things that you really can't get with any other accessory, which makes the 5-minute detour to Algara Steps incredibly worth it. You'll see why later. We're not going to use it much in chapter 5. It's really only going to come into play in chapter 6, but it saves so much time, it's very worth it to come here and get it. And by coming here, you also get a lot of extra experience. This area is obviously a very high level area. All the enemies here are like level 80 or close to level 80, which also means we get lots of experience just by running through this place. In fact, we get about 12,000, which is really good. It helps a lot with the XP route. Yeah, just have to dodge all the enemies here, which is not very difficult. So the container is actually down in that hole there, but because you can't survive by jumping down, you have to go around. Unfortunately, we haven't found a way to just jump into the hole, so we just kind of have to take the slower road. But yeah, the Chinese runners have been very instrumental in developing the original Shackle Ring route. And from there, it kind of just sparked and like a whole slew of route changes, and culminating in the route which we have today. We have to do a little bit of cheating to get the container here. So there's a window where the UM can't see you. There we go. And that's why I had to do a death warp there to reset its movement. So we can open that container and then safely get out. Right, so now we are done with side questing. We can get back to the actual story. So we're building a ship, and in order to build that ship, we need to get 300 ether cylinders. And so we're not going to go around collecting ether. We're just gonna, there's an NPC that can give us 300 ether cylinders as part of the story. Imagine if they actually made us collect 300 ether cylinders. Yeah, that's the reason why we do, this is the reason why we do the quest in this order. It's because Monica's quest finishes at the Remember Stones, and it's also the closest point to the NPC that gives you the 300 ether cylinders, or the next NPC which you have to speak to in the story. Yeah, one interesting thing about Monica's quest is half of it is really just loads. The quest in itself is actually really short. Most of it is actually just loads, which is hilarious. Loads in this city take really long, by the way. And the reason why we do the Algaris section, you actually can go to Algaris like right after Valdi. You want to delay it ideally until after Colony Tau, so you can get a movement speed, which cuts quite a bit of, which saves quite a bit of time, because it's a really long section of walking. The next reason why we would delay it until this section while we're doing it with Monica's quest, is because every time you warp in and out of a region, so Etir region, Fornus region, Pentalus region, and so on, Cadencia region, you actually get a long load. Because you're in Etia to do Monica's quest already, you skip one long load by going to Algara Steps, compared to any other point in the run. So by skipping that one long load, I believe it saves about 23 seconds, which is pretty significant.
へえ、そういう間柄なんだ。
I just realized I'm not climbing with Lance, but it doesn't really lose that much time.
こういう関係が広がったね。
サービー、こんな不便なところに倉庫なんて作るなよ。
見つからない場所にしたかったんだろ。ま、情報は筒抜けみたいだったけどな。
敵を倒すのは任せて。
どこにだってハセさんじるさ。
Sword Fighter.
俺が守ってやるよ。戦況を見るのに回復。
バッチリ守ってやる。回復役は任せて。
Oh yeah, I need one more SP exactly. Supposed to do this after I get this landmark.
今から私がリーダー。よっと。
Alright, so even though we don't want to put Uni on Lost Vanguard for a long time, we're still gonna put it on her just for a few fights because it's essentially free XP. So we can save a bit of coins. Because these fights are essentially just Yunon spam, so we don't actually need Uni to do anything here, so it's a very convenient source of class points. Really nice launch here, just to stun it. Nice. So yeah, you notice I also put Tactician on Tyon. That's also because he doesn't do anything, so I can afford to put the Tactician, which is not a good class at all, on him. But the reason why I'm doing that is because Tactician's gonna have a very niche use later in the final few fights of this chapter. And I want to unlock it on Noah, and to do that, he needs a lot of unlock points because he's C rank Tactician. So I'm taking advantage of these fights where Tyon's not doing anything to farm that unlock on him, on Noah. This camp here is very specifically routed. So we want Ashira to get to level up because we need her to launch some enemies later, and if she's more than 9 levels lower than the enemy, she receives a 20% penalty in all reaction chances, which is which includes launch. So that's really bad. And in fact, the lower level she is, the less chance she has. So we need to level Ashira up in that camp there, and also get everyone to level 44, which is a good level to do this chapter at. And also because right afterwards we're going to pick up the DLC hero Masha. So Masha is really strong. We'll explain I'll explain why Masha is really strong later. But yeah, she's a DLC hero. You only get her as part of the DLC. So no DLC run does not use Masha.
無駄遣いしねえようにしないとな。
Okay. Okay. Oops.
無駄遣いしねえようにしないとな。
Yeah, but Masha joins the party at whichever level we are at. So by leveling up to level 44 there, we can get Masha to join at this level as well.
どこか別の道があったりしないかな。
We definitely want her to have enough levels so that she just doesn't instantly die in combat later. So here we have our ship. This is the boundary. And this is where you get to witness and behold the genius of Monolith Soft in creating what is known as cadencia. So as you can see, this place is really big, and yes, every single one of those every single thing you can see here you can go to, except maybe like the actual edges of the map. But yes, might not seem like we are moving very quickly right now, but if you were to get off this boat and swim, you would realize how small you are. Yeah, this place is humongous. So we're going to do a little bit of location grabbing before we actually proceed with the story. We want to come to this place known as Corn Island. We have to come back here later, and by tagging Corn Island now, you can actually get the landmark at the back of this place, back of the island, which is where we have to go to later. If you decide to come back later, the back will be closed off, forcing you to have to run from the front, which ends up being slower than just making a detour now and getting to Corn Island camp here. So that's a quick detour. Now we can proceed with the story proper. We're going to Venisoc Home. And then we have to pick up two pieces of information to proceed with the story. The first is at Corn Island, while the second one is at Corn Island. The first one, which we're going to get, is at the relay base, which is where we're headed to after Venisoc Home. Yeah, this is probably a good time to explain why Masha is really strong. So, Masha, the main reason why Masha is incredibly strong is specifically one skill called Beaming Edge. And this gives your entire party 16% extra crit rate and 40% extra crit damage, which is ridiculously strong. Because we're going to have access to skills that are 100% crit later. And so that's just super lots of damage. And crit damage again is very powerful because it's separate from all the additive sources which we get. So basically it's going to not suffer from diminishing returns as much. Now Masha's really strong. On top of that, she has a pretty good kit as well. She has a buff which increases recharge speed, so it lets your party use arts quicker, which is always a good thing. And also a skill that removes buffs from enemies, which is relevant for exactly one fight. which happens to be a pretty dangerous fight, so always appreciate it. She also lets your entire party have 4 field effects at the same time, so normally the maximum would be 3, and if you were to add any more field effects like power rings when you have 3, the field with the lowest duration remaining will disperse, and it will either give a buff to your party or it will do damage. Later on, we're going to need staying power, which is the Stalker master art. Also one of the reasons why Stalker is very important for this one. Staying power. Specifically useful for the final boss, because the first phase of the final boss has super armor, which decreases all damage taken by like, I don't know, like 90% or something. But staying power bypasses that, so the fastest strat for that fight is actually just to spam staying powers. And with Masha, you can have more staying powers, which equals more damage, essentially. So Masha is really good for that fight. And on top of also being a healer, so she can revive characters and also give a little bit of healing. She doesn't really heal that much, not really. But yeah, the crit damage is really what makes Masha really strong. It allows us to get one-shots on a lot of enemies, which we would otherwise not be able to one-shot by a very large margin. So you'll see why later in chapter 6. But even for you not spam, Masha is really good because Tyon has a very high crit rate. I believe his base crit rate is like 50 right now, with all the extra crit skills we gave him. So yeah, Masha's going to be able to increase Tyon's damage by quite a bit. That's why his atomizers become especially strong when you have Masha in your party. And Masha herself can buff the party to give them more damage. You really don't want to fall off these ropes. So that's why I'm waiting for after the cutscene. You can actually move before the cutscene ends, or the transition fades in again. But if you fall down, you lose like a minute. Alright, so we're going to the relay base. There's a unique enemy there called Navigator Helios. It gives a chain ring, which is the weaker version of shackle ring. So instead of 80% increase, you get 55%. It's pretty good, but shackle ring's just most of the time it's gonna be better, I think, for the speedrun. I think in an easy speedrun you would probably get a chain ring because you don't need as much damage. But in a normal mode, the extra damage from the shackle ring is very much appreciated, as well as the XP. It's also a pain to fight Navigator Helios. Right, so I'm going to do the same skip here, which I've been doing. The previous strat for the skip would be to do a save and quit, or a tutorial. Basically, when you transition back into the game, you can skip, you can avoid the aggro of the enemies. But this skip is faster, it saves like maybe 10 seconds. Right, so now we got Testados, a notoriously difficult fight in early routing days, but now we have much better strats. So this fight is not too big of an issue anymore. nice. It was a pretty good fight. So the cracked crystals here are really good. We have Senna as a sword and Noah as a fencer, and they have the cracked crystals. So they do a lot of damage once they get their arts going. In the meantime, you want to... Most of the damage is going to be done with Yunnan. They're very good for the little ads. Yeah, and also just Masha making this fight really consistent. Alright, so those two fights, the Anzos and the Testudos, get Uni like 2 levels on her Lost Vanguard, which saves like 6 coins, which is pretty nice actually. One container which gives 5 coins would take like maybe 20 seconds. Oh, I guess the next one would be, it's 14 seconds for the next fastest 5 coin container. So yeah, it saves a little bit of time nonetheless. But I think there actually might be a case for there might be a case for in at least in DLC to coin Lost Vanguard all the way. I think you can one-shot the Anzels with Smash, which is really funny. Although Masha with Yunnan spam is superior in my opinion for Testudos. And depending on how you use the coins, how you route them, might be worth it. Alright, I am going to do literally an XP route, which I've never done before. I was testing this like leading up to this run. So it does work, but it's my first time doing it in an actual run. So yeah, never before seen XP route. Essentially, the... what I would normally do is I would cook there, and that will get me 20% extra experience all the way until the end of chapter 6. But I'm gonna delay cooking, and I'm gonna cook in chapter 6 instead. And that would extend my cooking. That would not allow me to get extra experience from this chapter, but it will allow me to get extra experience from chapter 7, which is where the enemies give a lot more experience. So it ends up, I think, being around the same experience. Might be slightly more to do it this way. Alright, you want to take a pretty specific line here. You want to go to the right side here. You can go through the left side, but there's a Vang that usually sees you, and then you can't like get out of this place until you kill the Vang. So by going on the right side here and hugging the wall, you can actually avoid the Vang most of the times. Alright, so now we're going to infiltrate a prison. We're going to find this person called Gondor. Essentially what we have to do is we have to get to Agnes Castle. But nobody knows how to get to Agnes Castle except Gondor. The only problem is Gondor's in prison, so we have to go and rescue Gondor. So that's where we're going. And yeah, the 2 information pieces which we got just now were essentially figuring out, I think, where Gondor is and how to get into prison. Which is why I said I felt that, like, this entire chapter in the game is kind of just side questing. But it leads up to probably one of the most climactic and intense cutscenes probably in any JRPG ever at the end of this chapter and the start of the next chapter. Yeah, chapter 5 is really where the story peaks, I think. Well, in terms of like emotional impact of the story, it probably peaks in chapter 5 and 6. And yeah, this chapter had a lot of people talking when this game came out. again, I'm not like a story buff or whatever. I'm not like super invested in the story. I know plenty of people who are. And yeah, the story is something that's definitely a strong point of this game. Okay, this fight is very difficult. I'm gonna have to focus here. It's gonna be in Gondor. We're gonna fight Gondor. So I'm gonna have to buff up. Oh no, I died. What went wrong there? I wonder. So yeah, it turns out if you lose that fight, you just continue the story. You don't have to win that fight. But you can actually win that fight as well, and it also continues with the story, which is what New Game Plus would do because they have the power to finish that fight. But not in the speedrun, so we just do the funny strat, which is death. Okay, so that's Gondor. Gondor's a girl. Who would have guessed? There's a very funny story about how she got her name, where the name comes from. Right, so now we're in prison. We have to, again, more side questing. We have to do more side questing. Essentially, there are 3 days of prison, so we're gonna break out of prison on the 3rd day of prison. But we have to do 2 days of chores. The first day of chores is treasure hunting. Let's go treasure hunting. So we have 20 of each collectible to pick up. The good thing is that there's a lot of fixed collectibles on the ground, so we route around those. And then there are also NPCs that give you a lot of the collectibles that you need. So this path is yeah, we have a specific path that we take in order to get all the things that we need. A lot of the collectibles spawn in groups of 4, like those honey plums there, and then there are a bunch of random ones like these ones, which I don't really care about, but I'll just pick up whatever's on the way. The music here is also very heavy. It's very depressing, for sure. Not my favorite music. I like music that's very upbeat and lively. Okay, again, I forgot to switch the game to English before this run. If people want me to switch it to English, I definitely could. Like, now. It only takes like 5 seconds. I believe I need one more truffle. Okay, good. And I need burdocks. Okay. I don't know how many of these I need. Okay, yeah, that's enough. So I just need honey plums now. Oh, I have enough already. Alright, let's go. Essentially a perfect collection here. Right, this next fight is two-phase fight, the second phase of which is can be one of the sketchiest fights in the run as well. It's also a very dangerous fight. It's against the Basric Ferris, which is actually very squishy, but it does so much damage that you have a very realistic chance of wiping, especially if you're not lucky. Or if you get unlucky, basically. The strat here is essentially going to be to smash the Ferris, or rather to rush to your chain and then smash the Ferris in the chain. So you're gonna have to break the Ferris before you chain. And that's easier said than done, especially when Ferris is killing your characters left and right. So let's see how it goes here. It's a two-phase fight. The first phase is the easy one. The second phase is the one that's hard. And before that, I'm actually going to do the menu here, so you're gonna see how strong Smash is. Outside of chain and inside of chain is even stronger. So in previous routes, we would have Yumsmith on Noah because the Yumsmith is really good for breaking. It has a really short cooldown break. Unfortunately, you don't use Requin Banana anymore. Sorry, Requin Banana. So we have to roll with Sword Fighter for Noah. But here's where we coin Uni. Also, one benefit of the Yumsmith class is that the Agnes side gets really funny, really cute little chef hats. And the Keva side gets afros. Love it. Yumsmith is such a meme class. Alright, there's the break. Nice. So this is where accuracy is very important. The reason why I have Tyon as the heavy guard here is because he has the highest accuracy of any character in the game. Out of all the 6 characters. And then on top of that, I give him the carbon gloves and also the accurate grace gem to give him as good of a chance as possible to topple all these enemies, because we really want the topple so we can smash. And even then, he still doesn't have guaranteed topple on one of the bosses later, upcoming, notoriously very dodgy. Alright, so here's the star of the show, the Ferris, Basric Ferris. Oh, I know why this fight's so cringe, because Basric Ferris starts with Bass. Okay, looks like I didn't get so I didn't get a topple there. Alright. Oh, looks like Ashira. This is not looking very good, by the way. Okay, I want to see a break here. Alright, there we go. Easy, not sweaty at all. You really want to not enrage this thing. It gets incredibly dangerous once it enrages. So you actually want to minimize the damage done to this thing before you actually chain it. And so here's smash. 1 million damage. That's because we got a Shearer's Order, which is by far like the strongest order you can get for these chains. It's very cool. So you might be asking, why are you using Sword Fighter for Smash? The Sword Fighter is just incredibly consistent with its damage. In Spirit, it gives it a very large damage boost against bosses and unique enemies, which is essentially all the enemies which we'll be fighting in this run. The other candidate for smashing would be the Flash Fencer, which has the benefit of being able to power charge itself, but even then, it's still weaker than the Sword Fighter, because it doesn't have as much damage sources as the Sword Fighter. Sword Fighter is just much better for smashing, for a speedrun, especially once it gets to rank 15, which we'll unlock later. It gets a ridiculous amount of damage. But the Flash Fencer is useful for one specific instance in this run, which is coming up very shortly. And day 3 of the prison section is exactly where Uni Flash Fencer will be used to smash enemies. And the reason for that is because these aren't bosses or unique enemies, but they still have a lot of HP, so we have to use Flash Fencer. So I'm gonna do a very quick menu here. Yeah, we do this one menu exactly for this fight and only for this fight, but it's still faster. It's still faster on average than the using Sword Fighters, because the Sword Fighters, it's gonna miss the kill by quite a big margin, and then the enemies will start to heal, and then it just takes really long and very annoying. So just use Flash Fencer and win. That being said, though, can still go wrong sometimes. Especially if you miss your breaks and your topples, and I have 2 topplers just in case. Even though Lance isn't a very good toppler, it's not very accurate. Alright. Nice. Oh, nice miss. I'm literally just gonna wait here for one of them to topple again. The Shadows to tie on top missing, it's, by the way, it's like, what, 6% of miss or something? Yeah, this is why these fights are very cringe. If you miss your topples, it is actually so slow. Okay, I think one of them should have topple now. Alright, there we go. Oops. Well, damage might be sketch here. There we go. Alright. 2 out of 3. Alright, now we have the trash section. This is essentially a section where we just farm Tactician on Noah. Because all of these fights are just Yunnan spam. So I have Stalker on Senna just to farm Stalker on people. Noah specifically on Flash Fencer because he has Infinity Blade. And that's going to be able to do a little bit of extra damage to the enemies. Speed up the fights a little bit. But there's like what? Like, I don't know, like 10 of these fights or like 8 of these fights or something. So it starts to add up. Oops. Why is Lance launched? Alright, so here we get Gondor. She joins our party like later, but we get to use her now if we want. She has the martial artist class, which I'll explain later, but yeah, probably know what's gonna happen. Bye bye Gondor. Yeah, Mash is really strong for this section just because of the extra crit damage. Oh, nice triple kill there. Really the thing that makes Yunnan spam work is that Atomize deals damage like literally when you press the button. That allows you to Yunnan spam really quickly. Oh, really nice fight.
完璧に守って
ガンガン攻撃してやる。
クラッシュアウトクロスインパクト
闇まとい。
新しい力を手に入れたぞ新しい力を手に入れたぞ
I believe I'm getting this, yeah.
力を手に入れたぞ
まだまだこれからだったのに。任せて。
I actually don't have to get dexterity there, but it doesn't matter, but I have to get it later anyway, probably. Yeah, I have to get it later anyway.
物理攻撃をこのタイミングで。これでもっと戦える。
Alright, this section is where you start to see why we're using Tactician. Tactician is really good for building Inchling, because it spams arts really quickly, and also because it's a healer, so you get to abuse Devotional. Oh wow, 3 people died. That's incredible. No! I should mention that you have a very good chance to resist debuffs like that in Ouroboros form in Chilling Free. And also hit me right before I use my art switch with Grand Evasion. Because, you know. Oh, nice. Incredible. Launch. Nice. That is the fastest way to do this fight, by getting lucky and getting a launch. Because it instantly triggers Eclipse Soul, where she takes control of one of your party members and becomes impervious to a lot of damage. And she also has a lot of evasion, which is why it's very hard to actually smash. Alright. It's fine. Oops. Just need a break for this fight. So she's very squishy in this fight, so you don't actually need much more damage, just need a break. Any order will finish the fight here. Ashira is just icing on top. Gets a little bit more overkill. And this is why Smash is strong. Just deletes health bars. Especially, we aren't even like fully set up yet. But yeah. This is the power of Smash. And this entire gauntlet is basically just setting up Uni to Smash. And we're gonna employ pretty interesting strats, one of which you're already seeing, which is the Tacticians. I have no idea if this kills, but we'll see. It shouldn't kill, actually. Yeah, it shouldn't kill. Yeah, because I don't have power charge. I think if I had power charge, this would kill. So I'm gonna go for a free round. Ideally, what you want to see is the Shira turn 1, which just instantly kills. Is this enough? I need 60. Okay, yeah, that's enough. Alright, so that is M. Oh, by the way, she somehow looks and sounds like completely like Mio. This exactly the same as Mio. And now we have N, who looks and sounds like Noah. I wonder what's happening there. This guy is also a resident edgelord character. I feel like we've seen characters like that before in Xenoblade 2. Cough cough Jin. Okay. That's bad. Only want to manage aggro here. Please. Well, I'm dead. It's bad. I have to rebuild it, Interling, because every time one of your characters dies, it resets the Interling of that level. So I need 6 more arts from this point. Alright, so once Noah gets his arts here, I should be good to go. I need Interling free here for this fight. Alright, there we go. Free Interling. Alright. I don't know if he's facing Uni, hopefully not. I think he is though. Yeah, he is. Unfortunate. Let's hope we don't get blocked here. Unfortunately he was Uni had the aggro from N here, so I couldn't shake him. I could probably have waited for an attack. well, the strat here is just obviously not get a 10% block. Hey, easy. Yeah, so this strat is very, very cool. Essentially what you're doing is you're taking advantage of Noah's level 3 interlink because you're already using him. Okay, first of all, I should probably explain that the reason why we're using Tactician to rush to interlink level 3 is because Noah's Phantom Slash is able to break at interlink level 3, and at interlink level 3 you gain plus 40% increase reaction chance, which or reduction in reaction resist. So for example, N, who has 75% break resist, which means that breaks are super unreliable, if you're using Noah interlink 3, he only has 35% break resist, so your 65% chance to break per Phantom Slash, and you can just like keep switching around to reset your Phantom Slash. And so that means you can just keep spamming breaks, which is by far the most reliable way to get breaks in the fight. And you have to build chain anyway to smash, so you might as well use that time to build interlink. That's the premise behind all these fights. Super cool strat. The reason why we're using interlink level 3 Noah specifically is because we're already using him to break, and also because by finishing Noah's order you actually get defense ignore on all attacks. So that means N has 30% physical defense, which means that all your physical damage is going to do 30% less damage. We ignore that, so it's essentially about 30% increase in damage to your smash, which is incredible, really nice. And on top of that, it has Ouroboros orders always have higher multipliers, which is why on the second round I had like a 600 multiplier. Very important that I use Mio there on the first round, because Mio is what's known as a key pair. Noah's key pair. So by using like your pair character, like your partner character, you can have a higher chance of getting higher rolls. You have a higher minimum roll to your damage increase, and also higher chance of getting the max roll. So on average, you're just doing more damage on your smash by using Mio first on the first round. So that's super cool. So the rest of the party is basically just support. I would run one more tank if I could, but I don't have slots. We want Lance to farm overkill, and also because he can break. Uni obviously for smash, and Senna's kind of just there to break as well, because Yumsmith builds chain quickly because it has a skill which increases chain build every time you use an art, and also has that really short cooldown break art, which is really nice for the M fights. So Yumsmith just overall very niche, but pretty useful in that in these fights. But probably the most replaceable one if I wanted one more to change a job, to change a class. Either that or Lance. But yeah, one less breaker makes M1 slower on average. Also, some of these clouds have like Mio shape. They are shaped like Mio. So a nice little detail. By the way, we just skipped like some of the most important cutscenes in this entire game. The end of chapter 5 to the start of chapter 6 is like 1.5 hours of cutscenes. Like all these cutscenes here, it's all 1.5 hours. Really good story, by the way. And yeah, here we got second fight against N. This time he's actually weaker. Because he's very sad now. Don't really want to spoil why, but he's edgier than he ever was in this fight, and that makes him have less HP and less break resist. I need one more art here for... Alright, so same strat here. Except since he's a lot squishier, we are basically guaranteed a kill. In the first end fight, you're not guaranteed to kill with your smash, although you're very likely to. But in this fight, it's essentially guaranteed that you can finish the fight in one smash. Yeah, he has like 400,000 less HP here and also 25% less break resist for some reason. Like I said, he's just really sad here. Alright, now we have unlocked our anime powers. Congratulations. This is the part of the run that is really funny. So we can just one-shot a lot of things now. Stalker. Oh wait, I'm just going Zephyr, Medic, Gunner. Oh no, I missed. You didn't get to see it. Okay, we'll do it this time. Yeah, this part of the run can be very frustrating. Explain why later. Should kill. Okay, there we go. There is Final Lucky 7. So yeah, if you know anything about this speedrun, this is Final Lucky 7. at the start of chapter 6, which is so after fighting N and before Queen of Agnes, you get your funny enemy sort, in which Noah gains superpowers and is able to draw this really busted sword called Lucky 7, which gives him a ton of like really ridiculous arts, and the most ridiculous of which is Final Lucky 7, which is talent art. Inflicts break, topple, launch, and smash in one art. That is ridiculous. So we don't have to use Uni to smash. You can use Noah to smash a lot of enemies and one-shot them. And Final Lucky 7 is incredibly strong, especially when you combine it with the Shackle Ring. Because not only is it getting 80% increase in damage, it is also getting 80% increase in topple and launch duration, which also factor into your final smash. So all in all, the Shackle Ring increases your Final Lucky 7 damage by 2.7 times, or almost 3 times essentially, which is just ridiculous. Oh, by the way, here's Mio's Mobius suit. This is the only section in the run, or in the game, where you have access to that. So enjoy it while it lasts. Don't ask me why so many people like this outfit. I don't know why. By the way, you also notice she has long hair. She has long hair here. So similar to Xenoblade 2, you can actually pick between... Xenoblade 2 will let you pick between Pyra and Mithra. In this game, you can pick between long and short hair. So yeah, lots of things happen in those cutscenes, but yeah, now Mio gets to have long hair if she wants. It's technically also the faster option. It's the default option. If you want short hair, you have to make one input. Alright, so that is all for Agnes Castle. By the way, we are in chapter 6 now. This is the shortest chapter in the run. It's approximately 26 minutes if all the fights go well. 26 to 27 minutes. But yeah, Final Lucky 7 makes a lot of the fights very, very... Well, I wouldn't say trivial, they're still difficult, but... in the past where you have to use slower strats like chaining and everything, with Final Lucky 7 and the Shackle Ring, well, Shackle Ring was really what allowed it, allowed all these strats to happen. Because you have the Shackle Ring, you can Final Lucky 7 pretty much like all the bosses upcoming. And with Masha, she allowed us to get KOs on even more bosses, which Final Lucky 7 couldn't one-shot. So yeah, Final Lucky 7 is so incredibly powerful. It's very, very fast. By far the fastest way to do all of these fights. Yeah, not even close. But there is one fatal flaw of Final Lucky 7. One fatal flaw, and that's called Monolith Soft 97% accuracy cap. So for some reason, the developers thought it would be a good idea to cap all accuracy at 97%. So even though you have like, even if you have like 999 dexterity and the enemy has 1 agility, you will still be capped at 97% to hit your target. And I have no idea why Monolith Soft did this, but thank you, Monolith Soft. You have made our speedrunning. You have made our speedruns very, very painful. But yeah, Final Lucky 7 very fast, but very slow if you if you miss it. You're essentially forced to restart the battle. It's also on a 90-second cooldown, so it's not like you can just keep camping there. That's why Flash Fencer is such a blessing and a curse. You have capable hands, so you get your Final Lucky 7 really quickly, but at the same time, if you fail it, it takes a really long time. If you run out Unlimited Sword, it takes a really long time to rebuild. So essentially, you only get one shot. One shot only. Like, yeah, you could probably build Final Lucky 7 like one more time, but it gets really dicey, especially with the aggro. So yeah, essentially, once I see a miss, I pretty much just reset. That is the unfortunate truth, an unfortunate reality of the speedrunner. But other than that, most of the fights are pretty much consistent. You only really have Final Lucky 7 accuracy to worry about. Alright, so I'm gonna level here. This is part of the never before seen XP route, which I'm testing for the first time in an actual run. And I'm gonna cook here as well. This will last me until chapter 7. Unfortunately not for all the fights in chapter 7. But it'll give us enough XP. Level 53 is pretty specific here. It's gonna get us level 55 by the end of chapter 6, which is what we need to ensure that we can get one accessory later without wasting time. And we also get our third accessory slot here, which is very useful. Class bracelet. And I'm gonna unlock a little bit more damage from Noah's Ouroboros chart here. I should also mention that after getting Unlimited Sword, we have access now to a different talent art for his Ouroboros called Origin Blade. So whenever you're in Unlimited Sword, or at the end of your heat gauge without Unlimited Sword, you can use Origin Blade, which is very powerful and inflicts a status known as Reduce All, which increases damage taken by 50%. And yeah, it's really strong. So a lot of fights upcoming, we're going to be using Origin Blade. So Masha was really strong because she allowed us to cut out a lot of Origin Blades from fights. And for some fights which we didn't have enough damage for previously, we could now kill with Origin Blade. Okay, it's a little unlucky. Yeah, but you can see how ridiculous Final Lucky 7 is here. You can pretty much kill everything here, like smash everything. Also, if it wasn't enough, which I was just about to mention actually, you have a 3% chance, as Attacker Lucky 7, you have a 3% chance with every hit to instantly kill the enemy that isn't a boss or unique monster. It's called Doom. And I don't know why they added it, but it's so dumb. Anyway, here we gotta fight Miyabi. Miyabi is a very good girl, but here she's being controlled by evil Mobius. Speaking of which, this is Omega Y, one of the tankiest bosses in the run, especially at this point. Before this, we weren't able to one-shot, but with Masha, we are now able to one-shot. I'm actually going to Power Razor. There you go. Thank you, Masha. She allowed us to one-shot Omega Y. Yeah, so Masha's essentially a 1.3 times damage boost to your Final Lucky 7 damage. I haven't explained entirely Final Lucky 7. So there's 3 forms of Final Lucky 7, or 3 forms of Unlimited Sword for each type: attacker, defender, healer. Defender we're not really gonna see. It's not really that good, but it has some pretty meme uses. It can give AoE invincibility to your entire party because it's funny. Healer, okay, we'll talk about healer later because healer is very based. But attacker is what we're gonna see most of the times in the speedrun. So attacker Lucky 7 does some pretty funny damage with Final Lucky 7, and it has some skills. I've already mentioned the Doom. Another one is that every time you crit, it increases your crit rate even further and also increases your damage. And this stacks up to 200% additive. And it's 10% additive per hit, I believe. So up to 200% additive. So that's the reason why Attacker Lucky 7 is extremely strong. And at also max stacks, you have guaranteed crit. Basically, just have guaranteed crit. That is why it's very reliable to stack crit damage on Noah, because you have guaranteed crit with your Final Lucky 7. So Masha's crit damage increase and also the crit damage increase from Analyze Weakness gem is going to be super strong. Right, so after saving Miyabi, we got access to the Troubadour class. Miyabi, I really like Miyabi as a hero. If I were to run no DLC like ever, hypothetically speaking, I would probably use Miyabi in this section just because she's really nice to have. The Troubadour class is super good support class. It essentially revolves around recharge speed, so it gives your entire party more recharge speed so they can spam their arts more. And it's really good for building interlink because more arts equals more interlink. Troubadour has some very good uses in the final dungeon as well. Against one of the bosses, it can remove buffs, like Masha's skill. And also has regen as a buff, so it can be used as a buff for Yunnan. And also, yeah, just more survivability. And the talent art Glittering Melody gives recharge refills all the arts of your everyone in your party, and also freezes all buffs. So yeah, it's really good. But because Masha's like leaps and bounds ahead of like every single other hero. Unfortunately, can't use Miyabi as much as I want to. But still, we're gonna use Mio as the Troubadour, because, you know, Troubadour is just really good. And also because we want to unlock it on a certain character in our party for later.
もうすぐ本物の女王様に会えるのかな。
But yeah, because essentially in this part of the run, you only need Noah to do damage. You can just have everyone else level up classes which you want to level up. So Tyon I'm having on Stalker, because that's gonna be very useful for later. Having that evasion skill for the final boss. Then I just need a couple of tanks to draw aggro and a few healers to revive people. And that's literally all. There we go, that's DJ. Very nice fight there. Yeah, Troubadour is really good for spamming arts, building your Inchling quickly.
N と M もう一人の私たち
It's also great for building chain.
何なの なぜ
It's also great for building chain because all the buffs and all the art spamming.
彼女の思いとともにここにある必ず届けてみせる
So yeah.
彼に
Normally I think I would I would normally account for 250 overkill there because I had Inchling free. Because Senna was at Inchling free, I was able to get a little bit more overkill, which is nice. But it's not like super, it's not like critical to get that. Essentially what you want is just to hit level 55 here. And that's going to allow us to get an accessory later. So I'll probably explain that when we get there. It's like in a little bit. But yeah, by the way, we meet Mio. This Mio. Not Mio, Nia. From Xenoblade 2. She's a queen. She's the queen of Agnes. Who would have thought? I think she had a really massive glow up in between Xenoblade 2 and 3. Anyway, now we are back in city.
シティのみんな
And now we have to do even more side questing because side questing is fun. So remember that ship which we built? We want to go to Origin now, which is the final dungeon. It's like in the middle of the ocean, in like this void. And so in order to get there, we need a ship that's like strong enough to sail there. So in order to upgrade our ship, we have to get the Origin medal. You have to get a bunch of Origin medals to upgrade our ship. And before that, we're just going to
頑張るから
make a little quick detour here. One of the disadvantages of running in
すんじゃねえ
of not using English is that you don't get Santa's voice line when you pick up that item. But what we're getting here is called the fiber wraps. It's essentially white wraps. So white wraps is increases damage done to launch enemies by 50%. Fiber wraps is upgraded version of that, increases damage done to launched enemies by 105%, which is very, very strong, and it's gonna be very, very, very useful, relevant, critical, mandatory for final boss here, or final boss later. We're not gonna use it until the final boss fight. Same goes for this accessory here, the Wart White Brooch. Actually, no, I'm gonna use Wart White Brooch upcoming. But this accessory here is guarded by two level 54 to 50, 48 to 49 skeeters, and they will aggro anything that is 5 levels or below above them. So at level 55, you can guarantee passing these skeeters, which is why I have to route for level 55 to get here. Otherwise, you waste like 17 seconds having to... 17 seconds? Something like that. 15 seconds having to de-aggro them.
"今から私がリーダー」
そらよはっはっはっ
さらに見聞を広めなくては。
ぶっ倒してやれそらそらオリジンの金属の反応はこの辺りだったか登ってみるかそら
目立ちすぎるのも考えものですね。増援は私が引きつける。
Oops. Oh, I didn't realize that bonnet aggroed me. Probably have to kill it, actually. Alright. Give me some doom. Yeah. Alright, that was very embarrassing. I was definitely not supposed to get aggro by that.
つなぐための力だ
Ah.
やってやるとするか。
So we tagged this earlier when we were going to relay base. Yeah, now we're actually gonna go here because there's an origin medal here. Okay, so after this, there's gonna be a fight upcoming. I actually don't know if it's fast to do this in this menu, but I'm gonna put the white brooch on him right now. Okay, I need to do RNG minute. Yeah, wait here for 1 minute. Okay, very good. So if we did our RNG minute correctly, this next fight will go very quickly. You're gonna see why this thing has like 1 million HP. And you could definitely find a lucky 7 it, but there's a faster way to do it if you minute that fight. So you're gonna see the strat. Also, shoutouts to falling into that swamp from like all the way up in the tower. It's actually one of the few places where you can actually just jump down into a different area. Normally there's like death plane. If you cross it, you die. But there are like a few areas in the game where you can do that. The other being like Upper Etia, you can actually jump down into Etia from a very specific spot.
金属の反応はこの辺りからしてるね。
周囲をくまなく探索しよう。
責任重大だね。
Okay, so if I did my minute correctly, we should get a should be able to finish the fight here soon. Close. I think I was like 1 frame off. Okay, not bad. Yeah, I think that's the fight you get if you're like 1 frame off. Unfortunate. Oops. It's 2000 XP there. Pretty easy to get. Alright, this is the reason why we came to Elise early in the run. We have to come back here anyway to get Origin Medal here. So I think it saves about 40 seconds to actually just not do the early Elias and then run all the way here later, because you have movement speed. But it ends up just saving time because of the extra experience for like the entirety of chapter 3 and beyond. So yeah, the Elias experience is very, very crucial. Like, not having that extra level, the extra gem slot and everything for Valdi is going to lose you more time than it takes to actually just get Elias. Especially if you want to make up the missing XP. You also have to chain Valdi, which is just extremely slow. Oh, I forgot. To say that this is oh, whatever. Yeah, so that was very lucky. It's like, I think there are like, what, 16 mounts here. And every run it's like different, so I was very lucky there, 6% to get that first try. Anyway, this is the last Origin Medal we have to get. Same as how Miyabi is like Mio's girlfriend. So now Noah's gonna meet his boyfriend. So yeah, we're gonna go meet up with Chris. Monolith Saw really just needed a way to fit Chris into the story, so they gave him the last piece of Origin Medal and forced us to make to come all the way back here to get the Origin Medal from him. But yeah, Chris is like Noah's like superior, senior, not superior, but like mentor figure when Noah was still younger, and he's been dead for I don't know how long. I wonder what happened to Chris. Certainly wouldn't go down the same path as Yorin becoming Mobius. Definitely not. That's totally not how the story works. Surely they wouldn't do the same thing to him. Yeah, anyway, this part of the region is locked off until you start this part of the story. And this is actually a town as well, Kevis Castle Town. I forgot what it's called. It's like Fort Ovibris or something. Fort Ovibris. or something. Yeah. Anyway, I just call it Kevin's Castle Town because it's right outside Kevin's Castle.
さらに見聞を広めなくては。なんつうか妙だな。静かすぎるよね。ここってどんなところなんだろう。私がリーダー
Right, so this upcoming few fights can get pretty sketchy, honestly. They aren't supposed to be hard fights, but they always seem to give
更新した
me trouble.
久しぶりだね
ノア大丈夫
Especially the first fight here.
上へ向かおう
The second fight's pretty easy most of the times. Can get if you get unlucky, you can die. The first fight is kind of sketchy with the aggro, so I'm gonna try this new strat, which I've been theorizing.
初めて見る場所だな。
I'm not sure. I don't think it's faster, but it's probably more consistent. The problem is because you have White War Brooch on Noah, which shreds physical defense. I forgot to mention we picked up the White Brooch. It shreds physical defense by 27%, so it's essentially 27% increase in damage, which is humongous. But yeah, because we have that and Masha and like a ton of damage on Noah, he's gonna draw a lot of aggro even though we have Dispersed Bloodlust. So yeah. Aggro can get very sketchy here, especially when Chris is dealing a lot of damage to your tanks. It's hard for them to hold on to that aggro. So I'm gonna do something that I hope works. Tried it a few times before, but essentially I'm gonna try to get my tanks into Ouroboros quickly, so they can hold on to that aggro a bit easier. And to do that, I'm gonna do a funny strat here. Hopefully this works.
みんなこのタイムラッシュぐらいこれでもっと戦えるみんな融合圧を中止に
なるほど
すぐに回復するから
Yeah, so I got Mio to die there. When Troubadour dies, it gives everyone recharge to their arts. So it helps your tanks rush to their Inchling 1 a lot quicker. Otherwise, they're gonna take a long time to do it. Ah, close. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially a one-shot, so... good enough. Probably was unlucky with the crits.
教えてくれアーツの融合を狙おう助かったリムーブスラッシュ
Oh, I got blocked. Unlucky. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to Inchling 1, because there's an accuracy penalty at Inchling 0, and I really need my Origin Blade to hit. Right, it should be a one-shot. Nice. Alright, clean fight. Love to see it. It's not the fastest, but it's clean, so that's what matters. Yeah, I should probably say that like in long speedruns like this, you aren't always aiming for the fastest strats, even though that's ideal. What you really want is to make sure your strats are consistent, or your fights are consistent as well. I would probably trade like 5 to 10 seconds if it were to help a lot with consistency. Alright, so here's a shot. Really good shot, by the way. Probably explain it later. And okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's the Kevis Castle town shop. It has some really good items. So Victor's Gauntlet increases your damage by 50%, but increases damage taken by 30%. So it sounds like a really bad thing, especially when like you kind of don't want characters to die, but just don't die. It's a very substantial increase in your final Lucky 7 damage. It's the best accessory you can have in the 3rd slot for final Lucky 7. And yeah, it's just a lot more damage. It's probably like, I think it's like 16% damage, 15. It's about 15% increased damage to your final Lucky 7, which is very nice. And that's going to be pretty relevant for some of the fights upcoming. Essentially, the bosses in the final dungeon are very tanky, so we can't one-shot them with final Lucky 7. So the strat is to chip as much damage as you can with final Lucky 7 and then finish in the chain using Inchling Free, Uni, and Tyon. And that will farm your overkill at the same as well. So that is the strat. So we want as much final Lucky 7 damage as possible. And yeah, just don't die. There are some tricks which we can use to not die. So one thing which you saw me do there on Chris was Inchling Mio instead of Noah. Because she's a healer, you actually get... So I haven't explained this for the entire run, even though it's very relevant. When you Inchling, you get bonuses based on the class that you Inchling with. Let me do this menu first, actually. Oh, always get debated by that one. Yeah, so you get bonuses based on whichever class you're interling with. Healers heal the entire party when you're interling, which is really nice. And that also happens when you switch. So when we're switch building our Origin Blade, we can heal the entire party at the same time. That's very useful. The others don't really matter too much. Healer is like the main one. I like how he just missed. And you also, you might have noticed that I also bought 4 shield belts from the Kevis Castle shop. Shield belts are probably the MVP item of this final chapter. They're the opposite of Victory Gauntlet, so you do 50% less damage if I recall, and then you take 30% less damage. And that is really, 25%, something like that. You take less damage, basically. It's really, really strong, because these bosses are gonna do so much damage, and you are very under leveled, so you're taking a lot of damage as well. So yeah, basically shield belts are, I would say, probably essential for this final dungeon. And it allows you to do the fights at a much lower level, which saves time because then you don't have to level up. You don't have to get more XP. Yeah. So this final dungeon is really big. There are a couple skips here. We're gonna do one right now. Oopsies. That was my fault. Oh no, Taihan. My bad there. I didn't notice that he took damage. Yeah, but this saves quite a bit of time because otherwise you have to run like a really big round around this place. Or try that again. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. Yeah. The locations and landmarks in this dungeon give a lot of experience, so you're essentially gonna gain a few levels worth of experience just by running around. And the bosses here give the most XP out of like any enemy in the run, so really want to get most of our XP here. So yeah, making sure to get landmarks that are convenient along the way, just to make sure I hit enough XP. Speaking of which, I should be on a very good XP curve here. I got very good overkills. So I should be able to get the target level for the final boss, which is level 67. One more skip here. Instead of running another loop around this next room, we're going to also just jump down. Land on a little platform. Okay, that's kind of bad. I have to de-aggro those first. You can actually run around these guys, but it doesn't save time. You know why? Because this upcoming guy, this guy here. You have to wait for this guy. Yeah, I don't really want to fight it because it has a lot of evasion. So, can be slow if you get unlucky. Because we haven't taken our camp yet, so we're still very low level. Everything here is like 10 levels above us.
この辺りには何があるのか。
ゴンドウとモニカさんは大丈夫かな。
彼女たちなら大丈夫さ。僕たちは僕たちがすべきことに専念しよう。
Right, so we're coming up on our next fight soon. We're gonna take a camp before that just to level up.
この装置で移動すれば
And this is considered one of the hardest fights in the run as well. Specifically, second fight. There's gonna be two fights, two phases. Second fight is very, very dangerous because he's gonna do a lot of damage. And yeah, if you get unlucky, he can also resist reaction or nullify reaction, which means your final lucky 7 isn't gonna break him. And yeah, so hoping all goes well here. I'm gonna avoid this enemy going into this camp. Hopefully. Should be level 61 here. Oh, comfortably. Very comfortably there. Yeah, so I was actually testing this XP route before this run, like right before, and I wasn't able to do like a thorough testing of it, so most of it is just kind of theory and rough calcs, but it's good to see that it's working out. Which I'm not sure if it actually saves time because I'm still cooking the same number of times. But depending on like how big our overkills are, we could probably skip some XP spots later. But I'm just gonna get all of them for just so I don't have to think much. Alright, so we used to do this fight at level 63, and then we went down to 62 and we thought that was sketch. Now we're at 61. So yeah, I gotta be very careful when you do this fight. Noah will absolutely get one shot if you aren't careful. Especially if you aggro, so... Again, the second phase of this fight's the dangerous one, but the first fight can also be very sketch sometimes, so... Here's hoping for the best. wave swordplay is bad because it gives deep immunity. Okay, good. Of course I miss, because, you know, that's what Noah likes to do, likes to miss. So I'm gonna restart this. I missed there. Okay, go away. My god. Okay, somebody please take aggro. Holy. Oh, I literally thought, why was he running to me even though the aggro was broken? It turns out he was using Glimmering Swiftblade, so I was gonna die anyway. Alright, there we go. I have to look out for a canonic purge here. Alright. There we go, first try, always. Okay, the second fight is the one that we have to be very careful. Alright, canonic purge is alright. Resets aggro, so... okay, Mio dying is not what you want to see. This is quite bad. That's not good. Oh, they're level 3 already, because why not? Oh, that's bad. I kind of need Tyon to heal me here. That is very bad. Wow, this is the worst I've ever seen this fight in a very long time. Oh, I can't even D-link here. I'm actually just dead here. He bled me at the last moment, so I'm dead as soon as I D-link. Alright, Glimmering Swiftblade, you dodge that. Okay, good. It's fine. I wanna... Canonic Purge is very dangerous because it buffs him. That was not from the front. Alright, this fight looks a lot better now. No! Uni died at the last moment. I was gonna get Interlink free from there. I'm gonna stall a little bit. No! Canonic Purge! That resets all aggro. Okay, I'm gonna put Tyon to draw some aggro here. Alright, there we go. Oh, wow, that was a lot of damage. Let's just gonna go here. Save some time, why not? Normally I would have to play out that one round of the chain. Yeah, so the strat there was actually to find a lucky 7 and then finish in chain with Tyon's interlink. In that case, we did so much damage that we could just cancel the chain there after getting our overkill. So that's nice, saves a little bit of time. The first fight is very unlucky. Normally he doesn't kill people that quickly. Holy, that was really quick. Healers just kept dying. Second fight was basically how it's supposed to go, minus the canonic purge at the end. Oh, that's kind of... Minus the canonic purge at the end. That and Rave Swordplay nullify reactions, so you can't use Final Lucky 7. Because it will not do anything, and then you just take aggro and die. This is where the music really starts to get super banger. As you get deeper into Origin, the music changes and gets more intense. And this is where the horns start to come in. And so these fights pretty simple, just find a lucky 7 3 times. Can get pretty sketchy sometimes if your aggro gets wonky, but this looks good. Also, we have access to Harmonic Wave now, which is very powerful, especially when you combine it with Tachyon Slash for a fusion. Does a buttload of damage. Unfortunately, we don't really use Attacker Lucky 7 that much, so we won't really get to see it. But it might have some... It does like a little bit. It has its use in the next fight, last fight of the run, before the final boss. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get all the XP spots here, extra XP spots here, just so I don't fall short. But I think my XP situation should be good. Wait, there's actually you can actually skip the... Okay, so this next door is guarded by one of these spiders. Normally with the aggro, but there's actually a skip now for it if you're good enough. So if we don't get it, we'll just do what we always did. It's not easy though. Oh, there we go. Easy. What am I saying? By the way, Mobius X is supposed to be in this room, but for some reason, she's optional. She only appears here if you finish Uni's Ascension quest, which we're not doing because it's slow. So, hey, you get to skip boss in this dungeon. Alright, this is called Dog Skip. We used to have to fight these two things because there's just no way to get past them. But now there is. It turns out the trick was you have to cut the corner here by jumping on this little platform there, which gives you just enough time to sneak past the dogs. Alright, so this is Origin Y. Just basically the same as Omega Y, but beefier this time. actually gonna move behind him. I have to stall a little bit anyway because I need to build chain. Alright, there we go. Pretty good fight, actually. I think just to play it safe, I'm just gonna go Mio. 2 buffs normally would be enough, I think. Oh, there we go. Nice crit Taion. Yeah, I don't even have to use Noah here, I think. Normally I would finish it off with Noah's Tachyon Slash. Oh, nice. There we go, that's the last boss before the final boss. So now we're gonna just get the final boss location and then we're gonna level up and do a final menu before we fight the final boss, and let's hope this goes well because spoiler alert, I have not practiced the final boss, but it's not that bad, I think. There we go, nice, got the skip. Normally you have to wait for the barrier to go down before you can get past that. You can just jump over it. Probably what troubles me the most on this final boss is that I can never get a good fight in marathons. I always miss at least one final lucky 7. There we go, that's good EXP. So let's see if we miss any this time. Maybe the game will take pity on me. Because I missed quite a few already, definitely on the unlucky side so far. Right, I'm just gonna make a quick check of my accessories again. Alright, should be good here. Wait, there's one very important skill which I need to make sure I have on, because just to double check. There we go. Very important that you have unlimited sword on for this fight. Okay, so yeah. So there's a lot of time to explain stuff, so we'll explain stuff along the way. But essentially I talked about this a little bit before. Yes, super armor, so staying power is the most consistent way to, and the fastest way to do this fight here. This face used to blow you back, but now it doesn't for some reason. Alright, so yeah, as you can see, I'm basically spamming arts with my troubadours in staying powers, and staying powers are set by my sword fighters because the damage done by staying power is based off the attack stat of the sword fighters. Oh no, time's down. It's not very good. Okay, it's not too bad. All my oops. I'm gonna draw unlimited sword here. Just gonna save a little bit of time once we clear this phase. Oh, I think Masha's down, but that doesn't really matter. Alright, so now we got infinite cutscenes. This is the reason why this boss is so long, because there's just a ton of unskippable cutscenes here. The first part of the boss is essentially rushing him down to a certain percent HP using staying powers. Oh, here's Shania. It's one of my favorite cutscenes with her. And yeah, so talking about our setup, we've got Noah on the Troubadour. This is probably the highlight of this team. The reason why we're using Troubadour is because the fight is so long that we can't use final luck. We can't get our final lucky 7 to last. So we have to rebuild our final lucky 7. The problem is the attacker fencer really has a really tough time building final lucky 7. It has a really tough time building final lucky 7. Yeah, and also because it takes so much aggro that it's just going to not be able to build it realistically. So the best class is actually Troubadour, because Troubadour is able to increase its recharge speed, which affects unlimited sword. So by using the Arts Recharge Field and the Arts Recharge buff and Shadow Parade, which is the stance, we can charge our unlimited sword very quickly, allowing us to pull unlimited sword multiple times in the fight. So another thing that we're using is Tyon Zephyr. He hasn't been the tank. He's been a heavy guard a little bit, but that's mostly for Topo. Here he's actually doing a lot of tanking, evasion tanking to be exact. So we give him the evasion expertise skill, and also Shadow Speed Demon, which is a stance that increases, gives 30% chance to dodge any attack, and that coupled with the evasion expertise plus Troubadour also gives like 10% chance to dodge any attack. So basically Tyon becomes very hard to touch because all of Zed's attacks are ranged. So it is unlucky if he does die, but it's not too bad because we have not Bandal on him, so he retains aggro when he dies. And yeah, Lance is War Medic, because War Medic's still pretty important here. We might have to use cleansing, and also it's just overall very solid healer with the buffs. And can set staying power as well. But the main staying powers are going to come from our sword fighters, because staying power is based off the attack of the person who used it. So the sword fighters are going to be able to put up the biggest staying powers. So notice I'm using Union Town here. You actually get to build Interlink once your chain starts. So 4 arts exactly gets you Interlink level 1. That gives you a head start. I'm going to be wanting to rush to Interlink level 3 with Tyon and Uni to close out this phase of the fight. And yeah, essentially we're just going to use Noah to set up big smashes for Uni. With the Shackle Ring, we can increase our launch smash damage by increasing our launch and topple duration. And so that's basically Noah's job for this fight, is just to get Unlimited Sword multiple times and then set up very big smashes. So all the damage is going to come from Uni, essentially. So this is the last chain. After this, we can actually start doing damage to him. And yeah, this phase, this boss fight is very notorious for having a lot of phases, and if you die in any of the phases, you have to redo the entire boss fight again. So hopefully we don't die. But this fight is actually very consistent, apart from Final Lucky 7. It's very hard to die as long as you know what you're doing. Yeah, we have like 4 healers. It's gonna take a lot to actually wipe your party. And we put bulk on every one of our healers, titanium guards and shield belts on all the healers. This allows them to tank attacks very well and heal up before the next attack. Alright, so here we have Interlink level 3. Now I just need chain. I'm gonna stall a little bit here, because I need the chain. Hopefully I'll be able to get enough overkill here with Noah. I need 268. There we go. That's exactly enough, or almost exactly enough, to get level 68 here. One level for the next boss is going to go a long way in decreasing the damage we take. At this level, which is 7 levels down, we take 160% damage, I believe. One level down, it's 180%. Oops, there we go. Nice. That's the first phase. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 more phases. Yeah, this is a very stressful part, so I'm focusing a little bit more. Essentially what we're doing is we are using Origin Blade and then setting up for a first round smash with the increased starting chain damage multiplier of the Interlink free Ouroboros. That's a lot to say. And over there I had to interlink Uni because I had to do a little bit of damage before I can end the phase, and Uni has burn damage from Wings of Pursuit. Alright, so by forcing Uni to die there, I can trigger this next phase instantly. I'm gonna rebuild my unlimited sword here, and that's gonna last me ideally for the rest of the fight, as long as I don't miss any final lucky 7s. I could probably miss one here. That one's not gonna matter too much. I could miss one on X Infinity, and that's not gonna matter too much, but I cannot really afford to miss it later, otherwise it's gonna cost me time. Alright, so here is where you get random heroes added to your party. Ideally you want to see Gondor in the next round, so the worst ones to get are Riku and Manana and Valdi. So ideally see them here because you need the DPS for next phase. In this phase it doesn't really matter. We got Gondor here. We got Juniper as well. Those the better ones. Okay, Vauli. So we're gonna get Rika, Manana, and Miyabi on the next one. Alright. So in the previous patches there was actually a bug that allowed staying power to hit your own party members, and that was really detrimental for this phase specifically, but they patched that out, so fortunate for us. We can start to use staying power in this phase now again. This is basically just beat him down with Senna. I think that line's the one that's longer in Japanese, the one that Miyabi says. Oh no, I'm dead. Doesn't matter. Tion's not doing his job here. Probably want to move Tion here actually. It's very hard to gauge the distance. Having gone there here speeds it up a little bit. I have to dodge glaring violation. Alright, final two phases. Essentially the same strat. Oh wait, why do I not have? Or I missed Origin Blade. Just crit. Hey, I crit. You're not supposed to miss Origin. It's 3% to miss Origin Blade, by the way. I needed a crit on exactly Air Slash and I got it. Never punish. Alright, so the last phase is essentially the same. My bad. I'm actually gonna rebuild Unlimited Sword one more time. You need it for this last phase here, but it's fine because you need to build chain anyway. So you have to stall while you build chain so you can smash again. Oh, by the way, here's Melia. We rescued her after fighting N. Okay, that's the really dangerous attack, Mobius Diffusion. Okay. Neo's hanging in there. We should not gotta bother too much with Noah. He's not really at risk of dying. Oh yeah, I should be good here. Hey, we hit all final lucky sevens in this fight. That's GG's. Alright, time will be very shortly. I'll count the time 3, 2, 1 time, so. Alright, and 3. Oh god, no, sorry. 3, 2, 1 time. Alright, there we go. It's very hard to explain the entire fight while I'm doing it, but essentially that's how it goes. Troubadour strat makes it very, very consistent. Very hard to die, especially when you have 4 healers and all of them are bulky. Or 3 of them, not Masha. Oh, alright. Haven't done a run of this in a very long time. I'm glad that it turned out alright. 130 over estimate. That was 631. Wow. Okay, I blame dying to Ropo like 3 times and also dying to Lambda. Surprise death to Lambda. And missing like 2 to 3 lucky sevens. Those are pretty good. That was pretty good. Honestly, anything around 630 in a marathon I think is pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I hope you all enjoyed this run. Again, solo commentary, not the easiest thing in the world, but I hope y'all were able to appreciate some of the insight that I have, because I've done a lot of routing for this game, so hopefully some of that did show. Yeah, hope you all enjoy it. Thank you so much, and that will be all for me for today, for now. Bye-byes, everyone.
I just want to say GG once again, Quad. I do have a few donations I do want to read out as well, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, sure, go ahead, go ahead.
By the way, if you're coming in for the first time, welcome to LSA 2023. We're raising money for GamesForLove as part of the Winter for Love charity event. We do have a few donations that actually came along. We have $20 from Pelicularities. No comment, but thank you. And we also have $50 donation from Marcus Da, just saying let's freaking go. So thank you to all the donations so far. We still have a couple more runs to go as well. I should mention this as well. Quad is like one of the most hardworking speedrunners in this region, so I really want to thank you for like everything you have, like the long runs from like
You're welcome.
to like Xenoblade, and yeah, I hope to see you in like other marathons soon,
Hopefully.
dude. Coming up next we have Celeste by Umlimri, so stick around, stay tuned.